Yes. Okay, now we are here and we're 4 minutes. Oh, almost o'clock. Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone for coming and joining us today in the opening of this new track of the game studies at Now Play This Festival. My name is Maria Luján Oulton. I'm this year artistic director of the festival. The festival has been running for over 10 years now. It has become quite a leading art games festival within Europe, and it's all because of the hard work of the team behind this. And we have here the team. We have Nick Murray, lead producer, Susie Beckerman, also on the producing team, Jane Morris, who will be joining us, working on the streaming, and she has created a lovely library back at the back of the place, where you can expand the conversation and find out about new perspectives and new approaches to the theme. The festival changes theme every year. This year the theme is Liminality, playing between worlds. The idea was to approach the notion of liminality from a post-colonial perspective, which means that liminals are space and a time, a moment in life that has no defined beginning or end, no defined borders, and it's all about transition. It's about bridging worlds, about experimentation, about the creation of new meaning, and in play and art are the perfect moments and spaces to be created, to experience, to meet, to find the common things and to find new things among the difference. So we are approaching liminality from a positive perspective, thinking about the possibility for growth. And when thinking about this festival, I was in conversation with Federico from the Cologne Game Lab. We have known for quite some time now, and we were talking about the importance of continuing opening doors and bringing the game studies field into the festival. That's how this track started, not ended. And now it's time to Federico to present.
All right, thank you. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you all for coming. Yeah, really happy about the turnout. And as Luján already said, my name is Federico Alvarez Igarzábal. I have a little presentation prepared to bore you with before we start with the interesting part. Oh, it has animations. I took I took like a template from a colleague, and I didn't check the animations. Anyway, I am, as Luján said, from the Cologne Game Lab. This is a department or institute of at the Cologne University of Applied Sciences in Germany. We teach game design basically, but we also have like a big research and game studies leg there. So Luján approached me, what was last year, towards the end of the year, to do this, and I thought it was a great idea. We love also at CGL this idea of mixing practice and theory and research. You know, it's very much in the spirit of CGL. So to being part of a festival where we have all these exhibitions, these very interesting pieces and artifacts there exhibited, and also have this game studies track in parallel, thought it was a fascinating opportunity. And so we sort of came up with this idea of, well, when Luján approached me, of saying, well, we're working with this idea of liminal spaces. Well, what is play if not a liminal space, basically? When we enter a state of play, the so-called magic circle, one of the terms we throw around a lot when talking about this, we enter this space where reality and this other sort of unreality or fiction, make-believe sort of thing start colliding, and there's no clear boundaries to where one ends, where the other begins. So there's so much to talk about and discuss within this sort of concept and idea in relation to play. So I want to leave it open. We'll have also connections to this theme of post-colonialism in the program today, but it's not just that the focus here. We opened it to treating play as this liminal space of possibility and fiction and reality all mixed up together. Yeah, so Luján's one of the organizers. I'm the other one, main organizer here behind this. We're also working in collaboration with British DIGRA and DIGRA Brazil, who also were kind enough to bring a keynote into the Alleena. You're there, right? Alleena, is that how you pronounce your name? Sorry, we haven't met yet, actually. But anyway, she's there. Yeah, she's going to be giving a keynote right after the lunch break. So stick around after lunch break. There's more to come, when we break to go for food. And we're also working with Counterpoints, a collective that work a lot with migration, and we'll learn more about them later as well. And they're going to have a little panel on representation in video games. Here's where this also post-colonial perspective will come into the mix more strongly, I think, today. but also I suppose with your talk, Alleena, as well, that's going to be present. A little, just so you know who we are. I have to perform here the role of ECGL ambassador here, so indulge me with a few slides while I bore you with facts about CGL, and then we move on to the proper part of this event. But like I said, we're part of the TH Köln, or Cologne University of Applied Sciences, a technical university in Cologne, Germany, which is the largest university of applied sciences in Cologne. I'm just not going to go through all these facts, but it's a big university. We have 25,000 active students, a bunch of study programs, 11 faculties, and a big number of professors. And we have also a very big international student body. The university is spread out through different campus sites in Cologne, where it's called a neighborhood called Mülheim, sort of a former industrial area that now has been sort of repurposed. It's been gentrified, I think, with many places in big cities. And we are in that nice building, which used to be the administrations of, I think it was a steel factory or something, right? Yeah, so that's where we are. And CGL was basically a project that started in 2006. These type of institutes, game design institutes with game studies, they're not that old in academia. It was actually established in 2010, finally formally as an independent institute at the university, at the TH Köln. And it started with an MA program. You would think, well, you should start with a BA and work yourself up to the MA. It was actually, for reasons, for different bureaucratic reasons, easier to start with an MA at that stage, a Master of Arts in Game Development and Research. You can already see this research being there, very present. We joined the Faculty of Cultural Studies in 2013 within the university, and in 2014 the BA program started, digital games, and then we moved to the Köln-Mülheim campus. First we were like the main buildings of the university. In 2015-16, because of the BA, the Cologne Game Lab grew a lot, and 7 new professors were appointed. And in 2018, a consecutive master's program started that was designed to be a continuation of the BA. Even though anyone can apply to this, it's also meant to be a good continuation for those who are already starting the bachelor's. So at this point, three study programs at CGL, and the 4th one also started in 2018, Master of Arts in 3D Animation for Film and Games, in collaboration with the International Film School in Cologne, we share a building with them. So we do a lot of things together. And yeah, since 2019, we're at full capacity with 250 to 300 students, basically across these 4 study programs at CGL. And the very nice thing about CGL also is it has a very international student body with like 40 nations represented, and like around a third of their student body, if I recall the numbers correctly, is international, and everything at CGL is in English. We don't want people to be scared off by the German language, and they say, well, you have to speak English to come. People tend to speak more often English than German, so that's how it goes at CGL. Yeah. This is also a list of professors. I'm not going to go through all of it, but so you see you have different specializations: game studies, game design, game arts, game informatics. Those 2 professors who are highlighted there are going to give talks today, so they're part of the program. Gundolf Freiermuth is one of our founding directors, together with Björn Bartholdi, professor for media design, and Professor Emmanuel Guardiola is also giving a talk right before the lunch break. And Gundolf is closing with a keynote. Yeah. And final few things about CGL. We also have an incubator, so where students can, after they study, start with their little company if they want to go independent, and we incubate the companies there at CGL. And yeah, we have this, like I said, big research aspect of it. A lot of it is humanities-based and theoretical, and you will see more of that in this program. But we have Katja, Philipp, Bojahr here, part of the program, who are also going to be talking about their work. But we also have more applied research. For example, this is work by Jonas Zimmer, one of our researchers at CGL, on how to better understand the differentiation between fear and anxiety through interaction in digital spaces, in virtual reality, and then he's working together with psychologists to then think of better ways to treat anxiety disorders with virtual environments. Emmanuel, he's sitting here, is also leading this project. He has quite a bunch of projects going on and has had along the years, but this is one of his latest ones, ICIDA, Innovative Solutions to Eliminate Domestic Abuse. It's a big project with a big consortium, but CGL is essentially developing an interview simulator for police officers, social workers to learn how to interview victims of domestic abuse. And we had, just to show you one more thing, we had the virtual Bauhaus project. This was learned by one of our co-directors, Björn Bartholdi, and it's basically for the 100th anniversary of the Bauhaus, in cooperation with the Goethe Institute in Boston. They built basically the Dessau building of the Bauhaus so that you can tour around it and, see what it is like, was like. That's it about CGL, so you know a little bit of who we are, why we're here, what's our purpose in this Game Studies Day. This is what expect us then, what I'm calling the morning session, which is probably more like a noon session by now, but we're starting now with our opening words. Then Serafín is going to be speaking about autonomous digital worlds, live simulations as radical inaction. Then we move on to a talk by Philipp Bojahr from CGL, the gaps in the game, loading screens and other phenomena of montage. Then Katja, another CGL researcher with the haunted spaces in between on the structural liminality of walking simulators. And we close this first half of the day with Emmanuel Guardiola and his talk, Gameplay of Self-Sustainable System. Then we have a lunch break. You'll have quite some time there, almost an hour and a half. Also, if you want to walk around the festival, you're invited to go and interact a little bit with the pieces there.
And actually, we have one of Serafín's works
exactly,
here.
Yes.
Walk through.
Thanks for reminding of that. Go also and I think you're going to present it a little bit. Okay, yeah, great. So you can easily find it then when walking around. And after the lunch break, so please be back at 2:30 or at the latest, a bit earlier than that. And then we have Alleena's keynote. Race making in real time, really the aestheticization of diversity in post-race video game culture. And then the counterpoints panel on representation in video games, where the social justice and the market align. Then a small coffee break. And then we're closing with an online keynote by one of our directors, Gundolf Freiermuth, on emerging life and at and in the virtual frontier. So that's what to expect us. Thank you.
Yes, and welcome to ask questions once that every short talk is due.
Yes.
For those that are watching live on the streaming, you can share the questions at the YouTube or Discord, and we'll be sharing them here.
Yeah, we have here the staff looking at your questions online, and they will raise their hands so that they can read them out loud. But also, of course, everyone in the room is welcome to comment and question on the talks. So yeah, I guess we move on, right? Yes.
Serafín.
Serafín, the floor is yours. You can come here. You wanted to plug in your laptop, right? So yeah, let's take a minute to do that, and we'll be right back. All right, while Serafín's setting up, I'm going to just introduce him briefly. Just let me scroll down through to his bio. I have it here. Here it is. Well, Serafín Alvarez is going to examine some of the implications of designing non-interactive video games through a post-humanist lens. Let me tell you a little bit about yourself. It's right here. He's an artist, researcher, and educator. He has a bachelor's degree in fine arts and a master's degree in artistic production and research from the University of Barcelona. And he's currently pursuing a PhD in design and communication at BAU, College of Arts and Design, also in Barcelona, with a practice-based research oriented towards the design and production of autonomous digital worlds using video game technology. At BAU, College of Arts and Design, he serves as both a faculty member and the head of the Composition and Languages Department. So yeah, let's give a warm welcome to Serafín, and the floor is yours. Or you're having some trouble with that.
Yeah. Thank you.
We had the picture a second ago, right?
Yeah.
Could we see there what is happening with the
Yeah, my computer is recognizing it, but for some reason it's not showing. Yeah. Oops.
Having tech issues at a gaming conference, I mean, it's part of it. It wouldn't be.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now it's okay. Hi. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Serafín Alvarez. I'm an artist, teacher, and researcher. In this talk, I will share part of the ongoing PhD research that Federico talked about. I'm currently pursuing about College of Arts and Design in Barcelona. I will begin by showing two artworks that I made in the past. One of them included in this edition of Now Play This. Developing these artworks led my interest towards what is known as live simulations, a form of non-interactive video games, or video games, between quotes. I will show some examples, both my own and those of other artists and video game designers, and comment on some possible cultural implications derived from getting rid of interactivity and human players. Before starting, just a quick note. I would like to clarify that this is my first participation in an academic conference outside of my university, and I am doing, as you can hear, in a foreign language, so please forgive my if any stumbles that inexperience, language, or nerves might cause. And Now Play This, at the festival, I am showing a work titled Maze Walkthrough. It is a virtual maze that can be explored in first-person shooter style, but without shooting, action, missions, or objectives. It is a navigable 3D space through which you can walk, look, and listen. Here? No? Yeah, sorry. So it is a navigable 3D space through which you can walk, look, and listen. Very similar to a walking simulator. A peculiarity of this work of Maze Walkthrough is that the corridors that shape the maze are 3D reproductions of corridors from science fiction films. Maybe you can recognize some. You can walk through, for example, one of the characteristic hallways of Nostromo, the space in the Alien franchise, arrive at an intersection, and choose whether to turn right into a hospital hallway from the anime film Akira, that you will see right now, or left into a corridor of Matrix backdoors, to name a few examples. I conceived Maze Walkthrough based on the concept of liminality, which, as you know, is the theme of this year's edition of the festival, as well as this game studies track. I look at the corridors as a liminal architectural device, as in-between spaces that connect other spaces, designed to go through them. And in a very similar way, I look at science fiction as a genre in which liminality is very present, with recurring themes such as journey or change. I made this artwork in 2014, 10 years ago. It was the first time I worked with video game technology. I have no prior training or experience in video game design, but for this particular project, it was important to give the audience control of the camera, allowing them to explore the corridors at their own pace. And the first-person video game format made this possible. It was a time, back then in 2014, when indie games had established, walking simulators were emerging, MoMA had acquired, as many of you know, MoMA had acquired video games for its collection, and the old debate about whether video games could be art had gained new momentum. In the immediately preceding years, games such as Journey, Dear Esther, Proteus, which is in the festival as well, Gone Home or the Stanley Parable were released, and a generation of contemporary artists who use game engines in their practice began to emerge. Maze Walkthrough was born in this context. While working on it, the possibilities and malleability offered by a game engine impressed me, and what was initially a specific need for a specific project has over time become a characteristic feature of my artistic practice, using game engines to build digital worlds. I shared Maze Walkthrough on the internet, available for free or pay what you want. And I also showed it at exhibition. I immediately noticed that the experience of playing it in one or another situation was very different. Downloading and playing it at home with your own computer was one thing, and playing it in the context of an exhibition was another. I was very satisfied with the former, but not always with the latter. It was okay in exhibitions where it was accompanied by other video games, as is the case here with No Play This. But on many occasions, I saw it in contemporary art exhibitions, which is the context in which I usually work. Most of the time, it was the only interactive piece in a given exhibition, and the fact that it required active participation, which is not usual in a contemporary art exhibition, seemed to me to take on excessive importance over other aspects. Depending on the context, venue, and audience, sometimes it worked better than others, from my point of view. Fast forward to 2018. I did a very similar artwork, Umbral, which by the way means threshold in Spanish. Liminality is also an important concept in this one. A first-person navigable 3D space, although in this case, instead of being a maze made up of different corridors, it was an island made up of diverse landscapes, also spaces taken from fiction. Motivated by the questions raised when exhibiting Maze Walkthrough in contemporary art exhibitions that I mentioned before, I decided to make two versions of Umbral. One, an interactive version available for download, a standard version we could say, with which the user can explore the island freely, and an automated version for exhibition, Umbral Autoplay, which is what you can see, in which instead of a human player, a bot wanders around the island autonomously with a pathfinding system. This automated version fascinated me. It was an experience halfway between watching a film and playing a slow video game, similar in certain aspects to watching a video game streaming, but knowing that it was autonomous and self-contained. This fascination triggered me to become interested in the idea of automated play, and I decided to do a practice-based PhD thesis about it. Within the art world, some people call art games that play themselves life simulations. Obviously, I am not alone. I'm not the only one working around these themes. An example from the video games industry is the autoplay mode of David O'Reilly's Everything, that maybe some of you know. The game is about being many things. All the objects that surround you are capable of becoming an avatar, of being embodied and controlled by the player, who explores the different environments of this particular digital universe by becoming the objects that populate them. If the player does not press any input for a certain time, the autoplay mode is activated, with which the game continues autonomously, so the players can stop being so, and the game plays itself while the players relax or do other things. That was an example from the video games industry. An example from the art world is Ian Cheng's Emissaries, an art project about cognitive evolution structured in 3 episodes, in which a series of characters interact with each other and with their environment autonomously, similar to a video game world populated by NPCs, but without PCs, without players for that matter. Well, this is very dark, but you can imagine. An example from my own practice is Drift Viscous Dust, a project that I'm currently working on. It is motivated by how human beings abandon underground infrastructures once they have stopped using them. Since it is cheaper to leave them down there, the infrastructures, that we do not see them, than to bring them to the surface and manage them. And from there, I imagine a fiction, a hypothetical future in which feral ecologies have emerged in those spaces. I have designed a series of environments and populated them with creatures that have different behaviors and interact with each other and with the environment autonomously. I have placed several cameras in each environment, and an automated system also changes cameras, similar to a fifth of security cameras. The spectrum of non-interactive video games is broader than what I just shown. Some genres that come to mind are zero-player games and idle games. For example, here I have only pointed out 3 examples that are most relevant to my research. In the field of academic research, it is worth highlighting the work of Sonia Fisek, who has been investigating non-interactive video games for several years. She proposes the concept playing at a distance, which is the title of her last book, or display, this as last play, to refer to a computer-mediated game mode in which the immediate action is delegated towards the machine, participating as one of many possible agents in a distributed algorithmic entanglement, which, I quote her, encourages thinking outside the primacy of the thumb, questioning agency and direct control, qualities that have been almost synonymous with video games and technology. In addition to this, there are other research studies that are providing useful insights for my PhD. Some of them now visible on the screen down there, but that I won't be commenting on since the time of my presentation is limited. The references will be in the last slides, in case you're curious. Interactivity is one of the intrinsic and distinctive features of video games. However, the examples included in my presentation are not interactive. We could say that they are not video games. Also, for my research, I am not so interested in debating whether they are video games or not, but rather in exploring some of the challenges that arise when eradicating interactivity. Normally, interactivity and gameplay are aspects that we pay a lot of attention to when we play and when we study video games. And ignoring them allows other aspects to emerge to the forefront. In this presentation, I will highlight 2 of these aspects. One of the aspects that comes to the fore is the importance of other agencies beyond that of the human player. Skill, mastery, and control tend to be essential aspects of conventional video games. However, they disappear in video games you don't play, or you display, as Sonia Fisek will say. We could read this from a post-humanist perspective, understanding that there are other agents at play and that human beings are no longer central in the functioning of the world. In the cases we have seen, we are no longer necessary for the video game to continue its course. Another aspect that non-interactivity facilitates to bring to the forefront is aesthetic contemplation. When we play a conventional video game, we tend to observe the objects in the game based on their usefulness. We look at an item, evaluating whether it is collectible, or examine the qualities of landscapes, evaluating where we can take cover, where we can acquire an advantageous position, or which platforms to jump on to advance to the next level. However, this utilitarian view is incompatible with the tradition of aesthetics. The aesthetic experience can only happen if the relationship with the aesthetic object is not functional, not utilitarian. I am not saying that a conventional interactive video game cannot provide aesthetic experiences. Of course they can. But rather that a non-interactive video game in which the relationship with the game objects is not utilitarian can facilitate achieving these artistic experiences. We find parallels between some of these ideas that I've just mentioned and the Ambience Act described by Alexander Galloway in Gaming, Size and Algorithmic Culture. As the state, he described the Ambience Act as the state of rest or balance in which some video games are maintained when the player stops playing and the game continues to run independently, producing micro movements and changes in the game world that make it feel alive. Later in this same text, in Game Culture, Galloway dedicated a chapter to video game mods made by artists such as Chodi, Cory Arcangel, Anne-Marie Schleiner, and others, which he called counter-gaming, a movement that existed in opposition to and outside mainstream gaming. Galloway concluded his analysis by arguing that these mods were not really avant-garde, that they were visually progressive but reactionary in terms of gameplay, since they hindered it rather than contribute to its development. Many artist game modes, being completely non-interactive, rewrite the game, I quote Galloway, as a sort of primitive animation lacking any of the virtues of game design. Galloway thus called for radical gameplay, new grammars of action, alternative algorithms, and a critique of gameplay itself. I think that from an aesthetic and post-human perspective, living simulations stand out in how they diminish the importance of the human player, destroying the player's agency and control over the game world, and in doing so, allow us to rethink the anthropocentrism of design and of study of video games, opening other possible paths that challenge the myths of agency, interactivity, and control that have accompanied the medium throughout its history. In my opinion, from this perspective, the inaction of living simulation is radical. My talk ends here. I hope you found it stimulating. I have walked you through my own artistic practice, how I began to incorporate video game technology into my practice because I wanted to make the viewer an active participant, and from there I have made a transition towards an almost opposite extreme, delimiting a distance, building autonomous digital worlds that are indifferent to the viewer. Lastly, I have tried to point out how this distance makes it possible to look at other aspects, processes and agents of video games beyond the human player. I think this opens new debates and challenges for game studies, which, in my view, are pretty exciting. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. I think we have time for a couple of questions, comments. So what questions do you have? Thank you, Serafín, very much for the thought-provoking talk. So don't be shy, raise your hand. Oh, yeah, well, we have here, let's, Katja, let's start with you. I saw you first, so. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yes, that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Should I gather all the questions and reply afterwards or one by one? Oh, okay.
All right. So thank you very much for your talk. I, of course, found that very interesting because I also researched walking simulators. And my question would be, what was your thought process? Why did you pick this genre of walking simulator for your art?
Yeah, well, it's a long story and we don't have time, so I'll try to summarize. But the short version was that I was collecting corridors because I was looking at them, but from a not video games perspective from films, and started making a video, but I didn't have control of the camera, and I wanted to, because I wanted to make a video and it was film, so the camera was moving as the director of those films wanted to. And I started thinking about ways that I could move the camera through those corridors to look at things for pleasure visually. So I started looking into video game technology. I play video games since I was a kid and continue to do it. And walking simulators, I felt attracted to them. and I thought it was like the right format to not only be able to control the camera myself, but to give control to the viewer to explore those corridors at peace.
Thank you.
We have time for at least one more, so I think I'll go.
So I have a design-oriented question. That is, in your the first game or experience that you shown at the beginning, you make a maze among many scenes of film. Is there a logic in the choice of why did you choose these particular movies at that point? Is there a progression? How do you design that?
Yeah, so I spent 2 years of my life watching sci-fi films and collecting corridors. I have a huge collection. You can see it online in sci-fi-corridorarchive.com. And it was like I start artistic projects by collecting images. It's like I find it motivating. And when I decided, replying to Katja questions, when I decided to make a video game, I decided to select some of them because I had like 1,000 of corridors, so I couldn't reproduce in 3D all of them. And I tried to have like a broad range, not only having films from the USA, for example, but from all parts of the world, from different times history, from different architectural styles, etc. And then I worked with a landscape with an architect to design a corridor that was like dizzy and complex enough to make the viewer get lost very, very, very easily and not find its way. Am I answering your question?
All right, I think that's all the time we have for you, Serafín. Thank you very much. Let's give Serafín again a hand. I'm left with a question that I will ask you in one of the breaks, probably, because it's very interesting. We typically understand play as something, a hands-on activity thing, and you're talking about play as very much a detached thing. So what does it say about play? Just throwing it out there for everyone to consider. But thank you. Next in the program, if you help my memory, it's Philipp, I think, right? Yeah. Okay. Philipp, if you want to start setting up, I think you want to use your computer as well. I will start introducing you. Where did my biographies go? There. Do you have everything you need in terms of adapter and all that? Okay. Good. Well, next up is Philipp Bojahr from the Cologne Game Lab. He's a postdoctoral researcher and lecturer at the CGL, working in the field of game studies and game design with a focus on new media applications in museums and other cultural contexts. As part of a tandem position that he has at CGL, he's also working in this field on a practical level at the Siegerländer Museum, I guess we would say it in German, in Siegen, where he serves as a curator with a focus on multimedia and multimodal presentation. He studied media studies and media culture at the University of Siegen and received his doctorate in media and theater studies from the University of Cologne for his work on aesthetic and technical visual forms of montage, assembly, /assembly in video games, which I think is connected to the topic of your presentation, if I'm not confused, right? So yeah, let's give a welcome to Philipp, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And yes, Federico told you, I'm going to take you back to this my doctoral thesis because the idea, like I read the topic of the conference, liminal space, as something that reminded me of the principle of montage, because you only have a space between when you put some things together. And yeah, I'd like to start by like a similar starting point, like a Serafín, by saying video games or computer games, I use the terms interchangeable, are their own art form. Nowadays, this statement is accepted in most discourses, and even art historians and museums agree. You said the MoMA, for instance, started collecting video games in 2012, and exhibitions about video games aren't a novelty anymore, which doesn't mean they are not necessary anymore. Obviously, we see that here. That's I think an exhibition from the Victorian Albert Museum a couple of years ago. Now, if computer games are their own art form, it can be interesting to look for similarities to other art forms. and the presence of principles in the computer game which are prevalent in those other art forms. And one of these principles is the principle of montage. Now, and if we talk about montage, we have to get on the same page about the term's meaning. And what a better way to start that off with a quote from the Oxford Dictionary, or to look it up there. And as you might have guessed, it's a French loan word, coming from the verb monter, which we also have in English to mount, in a sense. And montage is defined inter alia as the technique of producing a new composite whole from fragments of pictures, texts, or music. And for example, it's the artistic principle behind film editing, and historically closely tied to its biggest promoter, Sergei Eisenstein. Probably heard him, or Panzerkreuzer. What's it? I don't know what's in the English. Panzerkreuzer Potemkin, like the film about the battleship. Battleship Potemkin, yeah, sure. Okay, but next to this, these principles also employed in other forms of art. Painting, the collages of Braque and Picasso, sculpting, for example, the assemblages of Tinguely, cut-ups in literature, Hans Arp, later Burroughs, and also theater, maybe the multimodal installations or stagings of Piscator. Brechtian theater was most often staged in a montage way. And it even goes as far as music. There we have modern classics, composers like Bernd Alois Zimmermann, for example, who heavily relied on the combination of elements that are already there to form new stuff. So that's about what I understand as the principle of montage in a very broad way. And having seen that the montage is present in many art forms, we can now ask what forms of montage can be found in video games? And moreover, do video games have their own forms of montage? Thinking back to Marshall McLuhan's famous statement, the medium is the message, meaning the content of any medium is always another medium, we can start by looking for forms of montage adapted from other media by incorporation of those media into the video game. One can find such forms most easily when the computer game emulates other media or aspects thereof to a certain extent. For example, filmic cuts in cutscenes. To illustrate that, an exhibition shot montage works in Psycho as well as any other game. Like we start with a visual shot of an exterior, the exhibition shot, like it's not working, but you see in the top left, showing us the place, and then we cut to a narrow perspective, and we get that it's supposed to be connected, that gonna see the place in detail that is shown in the exhibition shot. And it works the same way in live action cutscenes from Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, an old game by now, but still famous for the live action stuff. I see some guys chuckling. See Ray Wise, an old Twin Peaks star on the right. And it also works, of course, with rendered cutscenes. For example, Red Dead Redemption, we start with the show of a boat, steamboat, and then we get the close-up of the protagonist. So, for reasons of keeping short, I won't show you, I won't go into detail about the other art forms, but you have to trust me that you can also find the principles of collage from the visual arts and also music and stuff incorporated in the video games, at least at some points. Okay, so far so good. But does the video game offer more than like an assimilation of other montage forms from other media? After all, the video game is at least a very complex remediation of older media in the sense of Bolt and Grusen. And the fragments we just identified are but small pieces of the gameplay. And by gameplay, I mean the process of playing a video game. I'm not the first to ask that question. In this book, The Language of New Media, Lev Manovich takes a detailed look at the occurrence of the principle of montage in digital media and arrives at a somewhat paradoxical conclusion. On the one hand, he notes that CGI and the ability to produce seamless images and sequences via digital compositing is replacing classical analog forms of montage. He calls that the new media's resistance to montage. On the other hand, He also sees the advent of new complex forms of montage with digital media and its new means of production, but then illustrates these by using experimental movies from the 1960s to 80s as prototypical examples. I know that might sound confusing, at least to me, but it doesn't detract from the validity of the mentioned new forms, which can be also found in the video game. One example of these forms is the so-called ontological montage, which Manovich defines as the coexistence of ontologically incompatible elements within the same time and space. As an example, he refers to Rybczynski's short film Tango from 1980, which also won the Academy Award of this year, which shows a room overlaid with a growing number of loops. Within these loops, people interact with the room and with each other, but not with people from different loops. Thus, they seem to be on different ontological layers that are combined within the same space via montage. As an example from the realm of video games, I brought the puzzle game Gorogora, which is played through a number of tiles that make up an ontological montage as well. And the central game mechanic plays exactly with the changing of the ontological status of those tiles and its contents, as you can see here. As said, next to the ontological montage, there are also other types like the stylistic or the spatial montage, and Manovich is able to find examples of them in the area of film, and you can also discover them in video games. So I can ask again, is that it, or are there more forms of montage that are not only predominant in new media in general, but exclusive to the video game? Taking another look at Manovich's The Language of New Media, we find a fallacy that points us into the right direction. As an example for the video game's resistance to montage, he states that games like the shooter Quake are a seamless, continuous experience, and indeed, that might be the primal desire of many game designers. But then, we all have seen something like this before. A loading screen, this example from Baldur's Gate 3. And though it might seem inconspicuous at first, it is something very special. Looking at the aesthetic layer, it ties two segments of the game together that can be described as scenes. Thus it can be seen as a film, a filmic cut, so close to film editing. But there are differences. First, it's not instantaneous. It leaves a temporal gap and thereby evokes a space. And second, it is marked by the absence of intention in the first place. The loading screen is not born out of aesthetic intention, but technical necessity. Why is that? Now, a game is no linear medium like a typical movie. What you see and hear while playing a game depends on the interactions, and thus a game and its aesthetical output can't be predetermined. It has to be assembled during gameplay. And from a platform studies or STS perspective, that process is not unlike that of industrial assembly. To drive that point home, what we see here is a diagram from a German textbook on industrial assembly for engineers. I put the rough English translations below. And if we compare that production process to digital games, we see some similarities. In the end, we have the customer, the gamer in our case, and in the beginning, we have the base material, that one that's like vertical on the side. And this material in our case might not be a steel beam like in industrial assembly, but a photo of a steel beam or an idea of a steel beam that is made into an asset in the first step. And those assets are used in the game development to form a game product, which is kind of a pre-assembled but still modular thing, which is only actualized on a technical platform that could be called distribution system during gameplay. Thus, we have a twofold assembly process, one step more towards the parts manufacturing side during game development, and one step more to the distribution side during gameplay. Ideally, the prevalence of the principle of industrial assembly is hidden from the gamer, but in moments like loading screens, we get a glimpse or at least a hint to the technical underbelly on the aesthetic layer. And since loading screens themselves are a form of aesthetic montage, we have a case of a technical form of montage affecting an aesthetic one. And that is very peculiar to the video game. At this point, I have to note that the idea of exploring the alignment between aesthetic montage and technical assembly is no arbitrary quirk of mine, since the principle of montage was originally derived from the idea of industrial assembly. At the start of the 20th century, artists from various forms of art possessed their impressions of the industrial world by engaging with the underlying principle of assembly. Especially the Dadaists also redefined their role as engineers and their work as assembled products. Here the famous kitchen knife collage from Hannah Höch, who, like with other Dadaists, especially said we are going to be engineers in the new industrial world, and our products are montages, are assembled products. And yeah, that's more easy to grasp in French and also in German, because there the term montage is used for both meanings. We use it for industrial process as well as the artistic technique. Coming back to the computer game with one last question. Does this alignment between technical and aesthetic montage only happen in loading screens? No. While the technical process may be the driving force behind the creation and of the spatial and temporal void, there are different aesthetic strategies to fill or conceal it. First, like the first other example, the integration of minigames to keep gamers busy while the loading of the main game commences. What we see here is a sketch of a so-called auxiliary game, and according to the functional diagram from the original patent, it's called an auxiliary game in the original patent filed by the developer Namco in 1995 for the PlayStation. The goal is, and I quote the patent here, is to prevent unnecessary wastage of time. Second, there are also more advanced forms of aesthetic and diegetic concealment of the loading process, with varying success. If you ever played Metroid Prime or Mass Effect, you may have wondered why the elevators in the future are moving that slowly. It's because the game is loading in the background. Another more elaborate example can be found in XCOM Enemy Unknown. There the loading takes place while the player observes their squad's transportation to the battlefield while taking part in the mission briefing. It's the new take on making mission briefings for the player diegetically plausible, because mission briefings as part of loading screens like giving game tips, have been around for quite some time. Third, finally, the drive to minimize visible interruption also leads to technical approaches like procedural loading, which try to eliminate loading screens altogether, save for the one when you start the game session. That's kind of unavoidable. But even then, we sometimes get a glimpse in the form of glitches or even bugs, which demonstrate that some dynamic technical process lies below the aesthetic surface. For example, if you fly in Minecraft's creative mode into one direction for quite some time, chances are that the computer won't keep up with loading the map chunks on time, and you literally see the game world being assembled before your eyes. So I'm like, with every good montage, there's the hard edge at the end that concludes my tour de force into that field. Yeah, it's just like a cut into the topic. There are many things you could discuss. For example, is materiality important for making a montage? Isn't it important? Stuff like that. But I guess I stop at this point and see if I have evoked some questions or comments or critique.
Right. Thanks, Philipp. Yeah. So once again, what questions and comments do you have? Please raise your hand. Also reminding people online, if there's anyone online, type your questions in the chat. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you. That was so interesting. I wonder, because if you made the connection to Eisenstein, I wondered if you'd thought about the actual materiality of the linear analog film. I love the engineering description, absolutely, of montage. But in an analog film, what you'd be looking at that's analogous in some ways is the film leader strip. You know, so at the beginning it say if you've got a 16mm reel, you've got a black strip. And that's kind of like the loading screen of a film in some ways. I just wondered if you thought about those analog parts of media.
That's true. I devoted quite some time or like space in my PhD to speaking about like the liminal stuff in a way, like where can I find some elements that are in the video game also in other media, and there are quite some elements that can be seen at some points in time. Now, of course, you can also say that you have loading screens or test screens in other media, but my argument would be that they don't that they don't have the provoke the same kind of insight as with other media. But I love your question, and I totally it's a valid point to say, okay, the beginning of the film strip is also kind of loading screen denoting the materiality of the medium, and thus makes it possible to see through it. And of course, things like a tear in the film, that's would be even more in the way that it's also kind of a cut, also not intentional, accidental, but that it also highlights the materiality of the medium. And that is, of course, not an argument of mine, but this is like Reinberger or Friedrich Kittler, or Bruno Latour, for example, who thought about stuff like that accidents show us the mediality of the medium. Sure.
Thanks.
Hello, you mentioned what was it? The XCOM 2, and it's not a loading scene, but the ship commands scene in which you can see all the different sections of the scene. Acts like the rear window, Hitchcock rear window scene. Could it be seen as a form of montage?
Most certainly. At one point, I also argued, or like when I elaborated on this ontological status or statuses, that many screens we see in a video game are a composition of different ontological layers in some way. So basically, for example, if we look at a management game, like on earlier example, Youth Tower, Sim Tower, I don't know if you know that, like where you view or where you build a tower from the side, sort of, like you have a cut, and it's similar to the scene you're describing. That's pretty clear. Like you have the game world, you see it from the side, but you also have a menu, an interface layer, and so on. And there it's very clear that stuff is on different ontological layers. But with XCOM Enemy Unknown, it's more complicated in a way, because there, from a functional perspective, you're right, but then the game is all about making things diegetically plausible. At the end, you don't have really a reason why the commander you're playing, the commander of this military ship, why you see it from the side and why there's a slice. But it tries to get you to, suspension of disbelief, to get that up in this regard. So a very complicated, convoluted answer to your question, I would say yes, definitely. It's different ontological things together, but then with XCOM it tries to minimize you recognizing that.
All right, I think if you have a short one, I think I can fit it in, but yeah, let's give it a shot.
I didn't formulate the question very well in my mind, but still ask. It reminded me the work of Harun Farokhi and the parallel 1 to 4, and he's talking about this, the representational side of images is changing, and the images now become more operational, part of a function. So did you consider Harun Farokhi's work in your thesis, or any reflections on that, if you're familiar?
Yeah, at least to some extent. In a way, from a formal perspective, because he's working with split screens a lot, split screen installations, not really a split screen, but a multi-monitor setup and stuff. And I'm trying to avoid your question by telling you an anecdote, because I once I curated an exhibition where we've shown a work of him, and I think there was a 4-page text document on how we had to synchronize, precisely synchronize the work. So in a way, I recognize this work. I know, validate like this experience, but like from my point of view, it is, of course, what he says is true, but then I'm not so much about video game art, but like I'm coming from that from a practical perspective, looking from a platform science technology approach combined with an aesthetic analysis of like commercial video games. So I definitely would agree with him, but it's was kind of outside of my scope.
All right, thanks very much. That is now definitely all the time we had. So again, let's
Thank you for your questions. Thank you.
Up next, Katja Aller. We have to switch computers again. So just a minute until we're done. We have again this issue with the TV. I think she's going to take care of it. All right, let's proceed with the introduction. I think we have an image now. So this is Katja Aller. She's also a colleague from the Cologne Game Lab, and she's there at CGL, program manager for the interdisciplinary MA Game Development and Research. She holds a joint master degree in German and comparative literature from both Rheinische Friedrich-Wilhelms-Universität in Bonn, sorry, the University of Bonn, I guess, yeah, and St Andrews University in Scotland. She's a co-organizer of the Young Academics Workshop, an event that takes place also at TGL that's aimed at including early career researchers and designers in the academic world. And as a former literature scholar, she has a soft spot for narrative-heavy games and the so-called walking simulators. In 2020, she became a PhD candidate in media studies at the University of Cologne and the Cologne Game Lab, and her dissertation, The Narrative Capacities of Spaces and Objects in Walking Simulator Games, explores the connections and relationships between player narratives and in-game environments in walking simulators. So I think your talk is going to be very much related to that topic, so I'm looking forward to it. Let's welcome Katja, and we'll listen to her presentation.
All right. So thank you all for having me. I always talk about walking simulators, and so today is not going to be an exception, obviously. So this is my little talk title here. It's a bit long. It's called The Haunted Spaces in Between on the Structural Liminality of Walking Simulators. Sounds very complicated, and I only have 15 minutes or so, so I'm trying to basically cram in three different levels, I like to call it. So I will explore the concept of liminality, of course, in relation to walking simulators on those levels. The first level is liminality as a recurring theme on the diegetic level of some well-known walking simulators. The second level is liminality as a state of the gaming community in the 2010s. And third level is liminality as, well, a form of evolution in gaming and games production. So lots of topics for a 15-minute talk. All right, so very, very brief definition of the walking simulator. I think most people already know what the term walking simulator refers to. So the roots of the walking simulator, they are very experimental, and they go way back into the 1970s, actually. But the term walking simulator has appeared in online forums around 2012, because that was when the first official walking simulator, Dear Esther, was released. And we will be going into that discussion around Dear Esther later on. So walking simulators, they are slow games. They are not exciting in the way most other big games are. They are slow, and there is no winning, really, because you can't win a walking simulator in the same way that you can't win a visit to a museum or walk in the park, because they are not about winning or conquering or scoring points or optimization. And there is also not a lot of active player agency, which is the experimental part, I would say, about that genre compared to other more popular game genres. And also this term, walking simulator, this is actually, well, very misleading, because those games, they are not about a simulation of the physical act of walking. There are games that try to do that. Quop is a very funny one. But walking simulators, they are about something else. So why do I still use this term? Because it is a derogatory term, actually. And it is also, well, very incorrect and misleading. I still use it because it has been reclaimed by players by now, and game developers as well, and it has turned into basically just the official term for this genre of experimental game. However, I would always like to note that there have been attempts to find a better name, a more fitting, more correct name for this genre, the walking simulator, such as ambience action game, for example, or narrative exploration game, and both of these terms are way better, but sometimes it is just like that. The old term is the one that sticks, so I'll be talking about walking simulators today. All right. Let's go to level 1, the diegesis. So, if walking sims are not about walking, what are they about? And what does that have to do with liminality? First of all, very quick definition, what do I mean when I refer to liminality? I refer to a period of transition marked by ambiguity, very important aspect, wherein individuals or communities undergo a transformative process. Another important term here. I have collected a few well-known walking simulators here on the next slide, and I've highlighted some of their main themes. And you can see, I don't know if the people online can see it, I'm not sure, but many of those main themes that I've collected here in those games, they center around some sort of liminality, especially emotional liminality. The first 3 games that we see here, What Remains of Edith Finch, Dear Esther, and Firewatch, they deal with very complex emotions, with very ambiguous emotions, such as grief in Dear Esther and in Firewatch as well. Firewatch also deals with illness, with dementia. And What Remains of Edith Finch deals with finding one's own identity. And What Remains of Edith Finch also deals with finding this identity between in the liminal space of fiction and reality, of a family history, a very, very complicated family history. And then there are those walking simulators that have no fixed storyline and only encourage the player to aimlessly wander in a, well, liminal environment to soak up the atmosphere. For example, the example I have here is It's Winter, where you wander around at night through a block of flats, basically, somewhere in Russia, and nothing is really happening, but it's still very atmospheric. It's a very nice experience. And also Proteus is one of those games. You can play it here if it works. I hope it does. So also with most of those games, there is a big overlap with the Freudian uncanny. And I wrote an entire paper about this topic. It's open access, so feel free to read it, because I don't have the time to go into the whole idea of the uncanny now, unfortunately. But the very short version is the liminal and the uncanny, they have something in common, because they both evoke feelings of uncertainty in us. And the uncanny means that the familiar becomes strange, but not with a bang, very suddenly, but very, very slowly. The uncanny creeps in. It's a creeping defamiliarization of the familiar. And that causes a feeling of uncertainty in it. And walking simulators they tend to be very uncanny, even if they are not about literal ghosts. And also in walking simulators, there is a consistent persistence of the past in the present. And this is what we usually call a haunting. And if you play some of those walking sims, you may notice that many of them feature different forms of hauntings. Those hauntings can range from artifacts that we have to explore to memories that we have to read, for example, in letters or books or journals, also to ideas from the past that the protagonist has to deal with in their presence. And sometimes there are also literal ghosts in walking simulators, such as in the prototype walking simulator DIGRA. So this was the diegesis. Now let's move on to the second level, to the cultural discourse, which is quite interesting when it comes to walking sims. So yeah, speaking of hauntings, there is a certain discourse that has haunted the walking simulator for basically a decade now. And this is the question, are those really games? And in my opinion, this discourse is a manifestation of also a certain liminality, and yeah, liminality of gaming culture, in big air quotes right here, especially during the 2010s. What do I mean by that? So, looking back at the debate that surrounded the walking simulator in the 2010s, it sure is interesting, especially from today's perspective, because many people were, well, quite angry about walking simulators when they first came out. And here you can see some earlier reviews of DIGRA. Some of them were positive, many of them were also negative. You can see that there is a red thumb down for a negative review. Yeah, and also I included a review about, or a thread on Steam about another game, Call of Cthulhu, a newer game. And yeah, the question that this person is asking is this a walking simulator or an actual game? Yeah, well. So why were people so divided about a handful of, at the time, experimental games? Because the walking simulator undermined what many people who called themselves gamers defined as a game. And it also challenged the label gamer as a form of identity. In the 2010s, well, gamers were mostly teenagers or young adults, usually men. And often those men were white or Asian, and usually they had a competitive streak. Nothing wrong with that, but that was the cliché of a gamer in the 2010s. So walking simulators have very simple mechanics, and they have a short play time. And as I said, player agency is relatively low. Anybody can play them, and it only takes around 3 to 7 hours to complete a walking simulator. So not a big time commitment. You can do that in a day or a weekend. Yeah, and that accessibility, that challenged the identity of those core gamers at the time, because if the boring and mechanically accessible walking simulator was a real game, then anybody who played it could call themselves a gamer. And that subverted the whole definition of gamers that most people had during the 2010s. And yeah, it did not help the critics that DIGRA and its predecessors were actually quite popular at the time, even in the beginning. It was not just criticism, lots of people loved those games. So slowly but surely, uncannily, if you want to call it that, games and game discourse started to change after the success of those first walking simulators. And in this way, the 2010s can be viewed as a liminal stage of the medium game. There was a transformation happening in those years. And where, yeah, in this time, the game as a medium really started to become a medium that appealed to the masses and not just to, again, air quotes, nerdy men and teenage boys. So this brings us to the very last level, to games production. So the liminality that I would like to discuss in this context is, yeah, the liminality of games production. So in the beginning, I defined liminality as a period of transition marked by ambiguity that starts a transformative process. And we can see such a slow transformation in the player base of walking sims, but also when we have a look at the people who develop them and who create them. So the thing is, walking simulators are relatively easy and relatively cheap to make compared to AAA games. And as I said, they are very accessible to play. And yeah, the result of this accessibility is that they can be created, played, and enjoyed by all sorts of people. Gaming has become more diverse through walking simulators. At least this is my take on it. So the result of this shift is that we can get to experience stories that are a bit more quiet, maybe, a bit more personal than the traditional epic plot in which the hero saves the world from destruction. And walking simulators also often tell stories about complex and ambiguous emotions. They also give us, the players, space for introspection, especially when we get the chance to just wander around a beautiful or atmospheric landscape. They give us time and they give us space to feel. And emotions and emotional experiences, this should be clear by now, I hope, play a fundamental role in how walking simulators work. And I would argue that they can be viewed as one of the main mechanics of the genre. Walking simulators are not about walking, they are about feeling. Which is why I think that the success of walking sims has played a part in what I call the emotional turn. This term is not stolen, borrowed from the social sciences. And in the social sciences, the emotional turn refers to a growing awareness of the role of emotionality in understanding social relationships and experience, both for those who live them firsthand and for the researchers who study them. So, why emotional turn? Because our understanding of what makes a good game has changed over time. And I think walking simulators have championed this change in a way. Because now, if you look at those 3 little examples that I brought, Red Dead Redemption 2, Death Stranding, and Stray, you can see that AAA games have adapted what walking simulators have done from the very beginning. As it's always the case, the indies do it first, and then AAA, the mainstream, takes it and combines it with their games. And those are very big budget games, and all of them have walking simulator mechanics. So basically, that was my little talk. Here are some of the main points for you to take home. And I think the floor is now open to questions.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome.
Thank you.
We have a little time for questions. Oh, we see a couple of hands. So let's go. So your hand raising a little bit earlier.
You started. You take this question. Is this a game? And you said, well, it is, if I understand you correctly. Mm-hmm. This may be a little bit provocative, but when we discuss in early game studies classes what a game is, we have all these definitions from Yule to Ceylon and Zimmerman. And how would you take those definitions, which specifically define a winning stake and so on and so on? How should we challenge those definitions when we discuss the question of what a game is in terms of walking simulators? And in relationship to the AAA games, how do you feel about the player walking simulator videos of AAA games like Cyberpunk? You walk in Night City and you broadcast it on YouTube and so on. Those kind of activities, what's your take on those type of activities? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful question and a hard one to answer. And to be frank with you here, this is a question where I am still not sure what my stance is, because it is complex. As you said, there are several definitions of what a game is. And right now, at this time in my life, I say, yes, walking simulators are games, because first of all, due to their history. If we go to DIGRA, then DIGRA was a modification of Half-Life 2. a first-person shooter, one of the classic game genres, right? And one of the game genres that is very close to this whole identity of what a gamer used to be. And I think this is one of the reasons why people got so emotional over it, because DIGRA took the first-person shooter and stripped it of everything except walking. So I like to go with the definition for walking simulators. They are code-based and they are interactive. And in my opinion, right now, this makes them games. Experimental games, definitely, but if you go to the idea of ludus and paideia, paideia is what children do when they play pretend. They don't play to win. It's still a game. It's just a different form of game. And yeah, that I hope this answers my perspective on the first question, but this is lunch break talk right here, to be honest. And the second question was about people who basically create movies from walking simulators, what my stance is. Well, honestly, I think that it's very practical for me as a researcher because I can just watch those videos. It's fine, but I think it still takes away a bit of the experience because walking simulators are made to be played, which makes them games, again, I would say. So yeah, thank you for that question.
Thank you. That was really interesting. I liked what you were saying about the liminal status of the player. I was curious to know, I mean, I don't know if you're interested in that cross-disciplinary relationship, but I was curious to know if you'd thought much about the actual politics of walking, because there's a very rich study of this in cultural geography. So from things like the phenomenology of landscape from walking perspectives, there's a lot to do with walking as a way of opening up histories in the landscape, but also the kind of radicalism of walking. So the figure of something like the flaneur, which is this kind of counter behavior where, kind of in a similar way to what you're saying, it's not being in the landscape the way it's supposed to work, which is kind of task-driven or driven by productivity or winning, is deliberately unproductive, and it's therefore countercultural, counter-capitalist. So I wondered if that kind of feeds into your thinking.
It does, very much so. There are several wonderful papers about that, and one paper is, I think, Rosa Carbo-Mascarell. She wrote about romanticism, walking simulators as a romantic practice. And she goes into depth with such, well, basically walking as a political movement. Dérivé is what she has a look at. So yeah, this is definitely something that I have thought about, and other people have thought about it as well, way more in depth. And yes, counterculture, definitely. And I think this counterculture argument, this subversive part of the walking simulator, that can also be seen in this debate during the 2010s. It's basically the same thing. Walking simulators are not productive because they don't want to be. And this makes some people uncomfortable. So it's not new.
All right, thank you very much, Katja. Very, very interesting discussion and presentation. We're moving on to, the last talk before the lunch break. We're running a bit late, but I've decided, let's, still give everyone their allotted time, have the interesting discussions, and we'll probably take a chunk out of the lunch break just to come back on time for the second segment, because we also have to leave the room at a very specific time. So, you need an adapter, right? So. Your password as well. Yeah. But yes, it doesn't have an HDMI port. And representation is right here. And we need to deal with that.
I prefer to duplicate than having the.
Can you get the thing that the duplicate? Okay, just do it whatever.
Yeah, it is.
Luján, can you check with the remote yeah, we don't have picture again. Just press back. I think if you press return or back, so don't do the setup, just exit that. Yeah, that's what I did. Perfect. Yeah, and it worked. Okay, so I have to introduce you first. So don't get ahead of it. Just a second. Here it is. Well, you have a short bio here, so it will be quick. Manuel Guardiola, he's our game design professor at the Cologne Game Lab, and he was 15 years in the video game industry, focusing on game design methodologies. And then he took up this professorship in 2015 at the Cologne Game Lab at TH Köln. He has a PhD in computer sciences, and he leads a lot of very fascinating research in impact games at the Cologne Game Lab. And yeah, now he's going to introduce to some of his more theoretical musings about what gameplay actually is. So looking forward to it. Emmanuel, the floor is yours, and let's give him a short welcome.
Thank you. So I will talk about something that we evoke several times here, gameplay, because in fact it is a part of my center of interest since a long time. So I start this. In fact, Dune was I like it because it's Dune now. You know, there is a big thing around Dune. So it was the first game I worked on in 2000 that was released, and after that I contribute to the release of 30 other games for many platforms, many things. And even then, I had to modelize methodology of game design, and it became stronger when I arrived at the Cologne Game Lab, where it is currently my main focus, and in particular how this model that we extract from gameplay could be used in other fields, like in particular psychology. We mentioned the IZEDA project. IZEDA project is a huge European funded project where we offer several solutions to fight domestic violence, and the little screenshot you see on the bottom right is an extract of a discussion we have with a victim, and this is really the way we try to train social worker and police officers to be in contact with victims. So, and today I try to offer a special perspective on gameplay and all this reflection I have. There is no like universal rules about that. This is, I think, a few characteristics, a characteristic that is shared by many games. And I know that games are made of many things: contemplation, interaction, many things. There are even games without interaction at all, but remain gameplay. So that all the combinations are currently possible. So, and there are three components in this reflection. The first is gameplay itself, not really a game, not really play, somehow game being played. But when you make the compilation of people trying to say gameplay, and we did that compilation and analyze it, people are talking about player being active and player's action, whatever are these actions, could be cognitive or just reflex, whatever is this action, but players' action engage in an uncertain challenge. The second component, we face it when you read about game design and gameplay. You have this thing that is the uncertainty that is like everywhere. It's inevitable. And here there are 3% that influence me a lot. Jacques Henriot, like on the top of the list, and he had like this thought about the space of play and uncertainty. That the gear thing where something is playing between the gears, and this little space, we name it play, because there is this space of possibility and unpredictability. And also, this is a little image from Koster's book, A Theory of Fun for Game Design. That's a very good thing, maybe some other thing discutable, but really a good book globally. And he gave this example of tic-tac-toe that maybe we play for a while, but when we understood the optimal solution of the optimal play, it's not a play anymore. So that's a well-known example of the end of uncertainty and then the end of play. And the third component, I'm into systems a long time, and I was interested in that even before coming in the game industry. And I was fascinated by James Lovelock's works. That in the first person who explained that the life is a sustainable system as a total, and now we hear more about these theories, but back in the 80s it was not as this spread, let's say. Herbert Simmons, who is a specialist of complex systems, you might heard maybe about him. And so there were this idea of cybernetic complex system, also the notion of individuation, when you recognize, I think it's more from social science than complex system initially, but it's how you recognize and self-sustainable system somewhere, even very conceptually, and then the concept of homeostasis, like something that is sustain itself. So let's talk a bit about the time and space of play, and I arbitrarily say, okay, we have somehow the start of a play. When I say a play, it could be a match, a quest, just a fight, or this moment you are engaged into play. So there is a start for this play. This is the moment, like Mario Kart, you start to play. Then you have some kind of time. Could be discrete, could be continuous. You have this time going, like you are playing. But it's not all. You also have the space. And as I mentioned before, this space is for unpredictable possibilities. It's void at some point, but also a lot of things will rise from that. And just like here, this kid playing Mario Kart, trying to do things, have all this action to overcome challenge, and unpredictable things can come from the game itself. So we have this space where things occurs. And when it ends, I mean, that's a question. Kostekian talk about it a bit in his book Uncertainty, where the end of play, of a play or a match, sometimes it's clear. A race, World of Warcraft or Dungeons and Dragons, more complicated to say where is the end. But you can argue that this quest, this mission in the game is something, this campaign on Dungeons and Dragons, there is an end here. But you can also accept that there is no end in a strict way or in a way like the end of a race. For our purpose today, I decide arbitrarily to say that there is an end to the play, or at least to this play. And I even give value to this end. You can either be defeated or you can win the game, and maybe there are things in the spectrum of it, just like position ranking into a Mario Kart race. You can be first, you can be 12th, and there is a lot of thing in between, like a spectrum of ending. And here is gameplay. And gameplay here, I really consider it in this perspective as like a cell, something that is moving in that space, and maybe some forces are acting in or out these little cells. They're trying to do its way in life, and try to keep itself alive. And so when we start, the gameplay start. We have players acting, doing thing, and this thing is start to travel in that space. Like, I'm close to victory. I'm still first on the race, and then some card passed me. So I take the position of being defeated progressively, and then you see that this gameplay bubble or cell is influences. You see this moving all along the time of the play, moving here, up, here, down, and between defeat and victory and all the thing in between. So there are obviously forces that are acting here, until the point where the game end, depending on certain condition, victory or failure condition, and then you get to a position on that side, and it often ends like this, like a very brutal thing, just like if something is missing at one point and poof, it's at the end of the game. And because here, just like the finish, and in this case, perfect, you are first, it's an absolute victory in your race. And so we saw that there are maybe forces that are acting more or less on this little cell, and if we only have one force in one direction, obviously it's not an interesting game. In fact, it's close to the tic-tac-toe example, saying, okay, if one force is pushing too much in the victory side, from the beginning you know that you're winning, not super interesting. If, at the contrary, there is a force that pushes you to defeat, from the beginning you lose. I mean, not an interesting thing. We need this kind of thing, to be interested in what we do. And then we have this gameplay here, and obviously this thing tried to remain in the middle. There is a system here that tries to be there somewhere in that space, not in the extremity, just in the middle as strong as possible. And if we go inside this little bubble that is in the middle of the voice, this ocean of unpredictability, we can see, we can try to look inside this little cell. And there is a key resource, the one that we mentioned before, uncertainty. It's here. We can maybe evaluate the volume of uncertainty. Maybe it change depending on the force that are acting on it, and it could reduce, increase, and we can find we can name the force maybe that are acting in it and inside of this system. So one of the first obvious one is player and player's actions. The player, in fact, doesn't want uncertainty. The player, let's say in a generic case, again, I do not make universal rules, but characteristic of a majority of play experience. The player tries to win, so it means that it tries to, or she tries to reduce the uncertainty and even kill the uncertainty. You know, consume all to win. And so we have that, and we can say that on the other hand, we have this game system which we try to avoid that. It's not like trying to defeat the player, but just keep the system sustainable. So counter the player effect. And so here we may have some kind of binary system, player versus game system, and one going in a direction, the other going in another. That's not exactly as binary. It's a bit more complex than that, because so here first we can interpret that as a perfect state of homeostasis, like the cell that maintains its life and this proportion and the thing inside. But I think maybe you had already some example in mind where the system is not trying to make the player lose or be defeated. And this is an example from Mario Kart, where if you are the last for the one who play Mario Kart, you know that if you are the last in the list, when you take a bonus, you have high chance to get this rocket, this bullet, because this is the game is offering you a way to get back in the track. So the game here don't want you to lose. The game try to keep you into the uncertainty state, or at least improve your chance comparing to the position you actually have. And there are other examples like this, like if some of you play Left 4 Dead, the second one in particular, you have an embed system in that game that is here to maintain the pace and the fact that the game is exciting. They push you to the point where you are close to dead and fail. And it's managed. There is an embedded director that calculates an indicator of survival based on your health pack, the ammunition you have, how many people are on the ground, and all these things. And from that, adapt the amount of enemies they spawn for you. If you play Left 4 Dead 2, you may find that it's incredible how close to death you are in each match, because it's wanted by the game system on the fly. So it's just to say that it's not binary. And you can also have players who don't try to win absolutely. Maybe they want to win with a certain thing, killing people in a certain way in that game. I don't know. And that is maybe not the best option to keep uncertainty or to fight uncertainty in the game, you know. So, and at the end of the game, at one point, finally, uncertainty disappears. And then it's the complete collapse. Just like we can imagine life could collapse on Earth when something is missing, or in a cell. I mean, our cells die. You know, it's that way. Somehow one of the key variable in it, and then we have a quick and catastrophic end of gameplay. It's no gameplay anymore. Just gameplay died at that point. So bye-bye the little cell. And in that case, even if it's victory, I mean, as a designer, or with this perspective, I'm a bit sad to see that. And the final point is that it's in game design, when we are talking about gameplay, this is what we design. There are elements like, okay, systems, just like the AR system that is managing an enemy or a non-playable character in this universe, or the way behave a certain interactive element or non-interactive element, like light and day, and how this could impact on your gameplay if you are in an infiltration game, for instance, or also just like the narration and the quest and the system that is driving that, all these variables that are important into winning or losing. All these are little elements, but they all serve the purpose of having this thing alive as long as possible, not as long as possible, as interesting as possible in the course to the end of the play. So I leave it on that image because that's what I wanted to communicate today and to talk about. And it's why also I add this subtitle to the lecture at the beginning to say this is the doom homeostasis of gameplay. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Emmanuel, for that. Very thought-provoking talk. What are your questions and comments? Raise your hand. Oh, can you come a little bit to the front? Sorry, the reaction is just about the length of the cable and coming through here, but not.
Hello, thanks for that. It was really interesting. I think I'm slightly influenced by the fact we just came from a walking simulator talk into a talk about gameplay with a scale of win to defeat and stuff. And it feels to me like what's happening inside the bubble, as you say, is to do with internal and external factors. But would you say that the kind of gradation at the end of win to defeat, would you say that's more about external factors and about external reward, or would you say it also includes internal reward and internal motivation?
To be sure to understand, you ask if things like motivation and element of motivation are part of the system inside of the cell itself. I didn't talk about it. I mean, this is a recent way to that, but that's an actual question. If I have to guess, I would say this is behind some of the player action. So if we have to embody all player action, we should also embody inside of it what is generating it. So all the thought and the willingness of the player to act in a certain way, or even just react and being what he or can he be with all the sensory motor or everything should be there. I mean, that's player. Or we can have the perspective of say, oh no, it's just the consequences of player action that are in this conceptual little loop. I think both perspective works right now. I didn't pursue that further because that's the state of my thought about it. Thank you.
Thanks. We have time for one or two more, maybe. Yeah.
I don't know how relevant this is, but you use this like a triangular shape as a diagram for like start of the game and the end of the game state. Why did you do that? Like, what did
That's an interesting question because when I created the model of it, I had the exact same question after. And to be honest, as it's the first presentation I do with that, I did it after preparing all the slides with that triangle, and at the end of that I say, why did I choose a triangle? Because in fact, from the beginning, it could be like a square, and there is all this space, or have an we say accolade, with all the beginning very fast in the thing. So that's an actual question, and I think I would have I need to modify that space.
All right, very interesting. Any other questions or comments? Yeah.
In terms of the triangles, Brenda Laurel uses in computerized theater triangles, which are starting from the opposite with all the possibilities and to an end, which is your point. But she talks about necessity creates and eliminates some of the options we have throughout the play. And I actually like the triangle because in your way it starts with limited options as a player and it grows, but then maybe instead of a line it could be another triangle which leads to an ending because of the rules of necessity in gameplay. Just a comment.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and it's why I guess triangle is not maybe the best option, because until the end you have when gameplay is well structured, until the end you should have a lot of options that might transfer the defeat to something. So I would say that if the game is going like this, we will be one of the situation like not interesting. You know, okay, that we are taking the path of a unique ending, and it's clear from the beginning. So I would, but I get the point of the triangle with an end that is a limitation of possibility. But here I think I was most interested into this representation of void, of space, where we are moving. And I didn't do it backward to keep like that the time or the sequence. Could be turn or real time. I mean, we don't care. Could be even just a number to reach. And but yeah, I was interested by keeping it as a space globally. So I naively make a growing space at the beginning. So I have to think about it. Yeah, but yeah, I think it's more appropriate here for the purpose of the explanation of this particular perspective on gameplay.
Okay, thank you very much. That's our time, and so we're moving on to our lunch break. But first of all, let's thank Emmanuel again for his presentation. Like I said before, to try to keep time in the second half because we have to leave the room at a particular time. We'll continue at 2:30. But now you're free to go, roam around the festival, go have something to eat, and we'll see you back here then. And then hopefully you'll be all back because you really, need some more of this. And everyone online as well. 2:30 UK time in case you're not in the UK. And the speakers that are speaking on the second half, if you could come to the front, I don't know who's here, Alleena's here, but so that we can, take care of any technical things.
things iterate up to the very last minute. And these are all quotes from different promotional materials from Epic Games. It's not only immersive, but it is interactive. And, you know, quick shout out to another collaborator that I have, Paolo Rufino, who last year very generously curated, you know, a game engine cultures workshop that brought together artists, architects, and academics to discuss what the ramifications of video games as software frameworks are. So this work draws on a line of literature or other folks that have been working on game engines as platform tools, Brendan Keogh and Benjamin Nickel, and also an upcoming book by James Malazita in the MIT Platform Studies series called Enacting Platforms, which looks at racism and how race is mediated or remediated through these kinds of platform tools. So there's going to be a few sort of topics that I'll hit on today, and let's hope the video plays in the background. The first is racialization. So this idea that digital humans, they are raced, okay? Not that race, as we know, race is a social fact, right? And it's not a biological, but a social fact. But in fact, not only people in real life, not only things, aesthetics are racialized, specifically the way that digital humans in Unreal and beyond, right, are oftentimes portrayed, highlighted, emphasized, right, as racial beings or as having racial characteristics. And in fact, it's seen as an asset, right, that you can actually have diversity in real-time 3D at your fingertips. And the sort of critique from, you know, critical media scholars, but also beyond, have been that it creates a kind of compliant form of humanness, a compliant form of race and racialized characters without having people of color, black people, and black creators in the room, in these kinds of processes, okay? So that's at a baseline, a sort of background information on this. The sort of intervention that I want to make today is about photogrammetry. So photogrammetry is a key part of not only the selling point, but also the way that digital humans in the meta-human creator are blended. And here, blend is a key term because it's blended from what they claim are, or what they describe as photogrammetric scans from, and they emphasize this, real people. Okay? So there is a kind of truth claim that is being made in the pipeline, but also in the sort of epistemology of photogrammetry, which is increasingly not just in the meta-human creator, but is increasingly powering, right, increasingly larger worlds in digital content creation and especially in video games. And then the final point that I want to make is about the asset. So, you know, we've heard talks about the asset, you know, in the morning, you know, which really speak to this sense that the modular creation of games and how they come together are a key part of how we think about value. It's value that's being strung together in different ways, but they're not strung together equally, right? What is core and what is periphery? This is a political kind of question that needs to be addressed and needs to be analyzed within these sorts of systems. So, the first part of my talk is about the racialization of digital humans, something that's done in the meta-human creator, but also beyond. And one of the key things that are being sort of that is emphasized or is used as a point of promotion. This is a panel curated by Epic Games over the pandemic. So we have VFX professionals, you know, we have tool makers, we also have animation, people who are working in animation and digital human creators. So one of them is a creator of Little Michaela, which, you know, I'm sure most of you have heard of, a virtual influencer who is portrayed as mixed race. So characteristic of the kind of promotion within this field or within this sort of area is that the meta-human creator, it allows artists to actually have diverse representations. So whatever criticisms you've heard, you know, about how, you know, you don't have inclusive characters, or, you know, you have the default white male character in games, but also, you know, in animation and so forth, this is a solution to that, or this is poised and positioned as a solution to that, that you can have a more inclusive set of digital humans. And that on its face seems like a good idea. And oftentimes, right, the warning is that when you talk about diversity and inclusion, it's not just about checking a box. Yes, you know, we have a person of color character here. Yes, you know, we have enough creators in the room who are working on this. The kinds of representations are important. And what we see here, so these are two very prominent virtual influencers. One is Shuju, the other one is a Japanese creator called Ima. And you can see that, you know, these are very familiar tropes, right? One of them is a primitivist frame, right, of portraying, for example, you know, black African women, right, with the accessories, but also, and here's very clear, with the background. The background is that of an abstract setting, right? And what it does is that it essentializes race, right, in a way that is very characteristic of primitivist racism, right, as being, you know, as Edward Said said, you know, locked in a kind of essence with no past, no future, and so on. And the same thing is going on, or a diametrically opposed thing is going on, right, with Orientalist racism, in which there is a lot of ornamentation, where Asiatic femininity especially is seen as an ornament, as an extra, as an add-on, or needing an add-on, right? Think about the way that the hair is portrayed in these two virtual influencers. And also, another thing that's of note is that these virtual influencers, as well as the clip that you saw playing in the background earlier, there are always shots of close-ups, of lips, of hair, of eyelashes, right? All these are exactly what racial classification does, is that it breaks down, it modularizes, it turns into an asset, different aspects of a human body, right? Even though these human bodies are mediated, there is still this sense of showcasing, on the one hand, its sort of graphical fidelity, right? But on the other hand, right, a sort of a fetishizing of race in these terms. So Francesca Sobande, you know, as well as other scholars of media, such as Esperanza Miyake, have analyzed these virtual influencers, and what they've argued and what they've suggested is that it creates a kind of compliance, it creates digital beings as compliant, and at the same time checking that box of diversity. So one of the key sort of things that occurred to me as I was analyzing this project, and I did have that sense of uncanniness, of a very familiar sense that was creeping up, right? As I watched these MetaHuman creator, promotion, and one of them was the 1990s Benetton United Colors of Benetton ad campaign, right? And this is actually a quote from a 1993 journal article about this campaign, and you can see how there are very strong similarities, not just in the ways that these digital humans are portrayed, but also in the kinds of racial atavism. So what does this mean? Atavism means a kind of, you know, a claim to primordialism, a claim to a sense of going into the past, a sense of ancestry, and so on. And you can see the same sorts of things coming through in the presets. So these are the MetaHuman presets, which have been created by the tool in order to blend them into your own digital human. Human difference here is reduced to a set of simplified caricatures, you know, a kind of archetype, in order for the tool to blend them. Right? You need to have pure states first, or a sense of pure states before blending them. And all of this falls in step with a kind of post-racial aesthetic, post-racial politics. Critical race studies scholars have looked at the post-Obama period as a way in which race has been discussed, race has been, you know, has been seen as something that has been already solved for. There has been a big moment of racial transcendence, at least at that moment before, you know, the Trump election. There was this sense that diversity, whatever that represented, it was abstract. It was idealized. So here again, you see that white background. These are all essences that are being combined into the sense that we have now passed that moment. Racial fractions are over. Now we're all in it together. We are united in the colors. of this brand, for example. And they become emptied of these kinds of histories, social structures, as well as inequalities. A similar thing is going on here with the meta-human creator, with the presets, and the kind of ways that they are portrayed, in that they have this post-racial aesthetic that depoliticizes these digital humans. And what I want to draw your attention to in terms of photogrammetry is that they are near infinite. So this is what is described as near infinite variations of facial features and skin complexions. Even though at launch there was a limited set of presets, once you blend them, you can get anything you want. You can get almost any kind of variation that is out there, that is quote unquote plausible, mechanically as well as statistically. Okay? And that for me is an interesting part of this case study, is that it uses truth claims, right, from photogrammetry in order to develop, in order to perpetuate this post-racial moment of transcendence. So reality capture is just one software that is being used for photogrammetry. There are many other solutions for real-time 3D. And in MetaHumans, as well as in other tools, the idea is not that it's a groundbreaking, technological feat. The idea is that it economizes, and it also makes more efficient tools or techniques that are already in play. It makes them more user-friendly as well. As you can see from the interface, of the MetaHuman creator, the idea here is that it's almost, like a character customization that you would see in any RPG. But what I'm trying to say is that it's not. It seems like it is, but it is not. Because of the photogrammetric database that is being used, ideologically as well as technically, there are very distinct differences. However, in the future, character customization systems will, I think, move in this direction. So if you can take many photos from different angles and composite them algorithmically for an object, you can certainly do it for a landscape. You will do it for a human body, and you will do it for faces. And the idea here, is that what the company and what Epic Games has said is that this is a data-based strategy. We are using real people, we are scanning real faces, we are measuring their offsets against these universal models of what a face can do and what a body is and how it can be rigged based on how it actually moves. So they use terms like, this is a biomechanical process. They will use terms like, this is, a plausible way to put humans together. And, in further releases, they've sort of loosened the constraints on what a digital human can be, what plausibility looks like. But at launch, right, they had very clear constraints as to what was the limit of racial blending. Okay. So what we see here is something that we see across different kinds of real-time 3D systems, is that race is modeled, life is modeled, time is modeled, right, in a way in which all states at once can be, will be, depending on whether you have the computational capacity for it, you can have any state. But this is a very game-like way of thinking about physical objects, racial variation, and so forth, in that all states must be in place, and all of them are technically calculable, right? It just depends. It depends on whether you have the compute and whether or not this is part of the narrative that you're building out for your game. Okay, and this is quite different from the orthographic imagination. Right. Before we had the compute power to do this, yes, there would be a drive to systematize race. Once you have black and white, right, what is everything in between? You want to map them. This is a kind of this is the drive of modernity, to classify, to systematize in order to govern, and govern biopolitically. So that's on the one hand, right? But on the other hand, scholars, in games, in our own field, who have studied models, who have studied systems, and the latest one is Alleena Cheng, who, just in a special issue in configurations, have discussed how models are always partial, unresolved, they are a means to an end, and they are temporary states. However, when they are portrayed, when they are promoted, and you can see from the Unreal Engine promotional material, there's this sense that, that they have the entire catalog in place. right? The presets, the blending, the algorithm, all of that can give you every single possibility of what a human can be. Okay? So the blend here, again, there is a appeal to this sense of mathematical truth. There is this appeal to this sense that this is not something that Epic Games executives decided. They didn't decide that this was the restriction on the blend. Instead, it is not programmatic, but it is statistical. It is biomechanical, right? And there is, and this is an actual quote, right? You're getting a sort of genesis of an authenticity from what it learned from real people. Okay? So biometric truth claims are really, they're not new, but the metahuman has taken it as a way to create diversity in a way that not only portrays it or not only creates it as an asset, but also furthers this post-racial politics at play. The aesthetic of realism, we must remember realism, it is an aesthetic as well. Here what we see is that it is depoliticized as technicity. And using or banking on photogrammetry as a technique, what is being ideologically put out there in terms of its promotion and in terms of the way that it's used, is that it's not remediating, but in fact it is only reproducing reality. So this is a sort of slogan that they use in much of their promotion, is that the scan data is the closest thing that you can get to a ground truth for the subject, the human subject, in 3D. And folks in other fields, such as critical data studies, have for a while now been criticizing how anytime you want to measure a body, right, you are using a legacy from anthropometry that has its roots and has a drive to classify humans racially. Okay? And that anytime you want to have a biometric system in place, it is never neutral or objective, contrary to what these execs are saying. Okay? And that they have been used historically as instruments of colonialism as well as criminalization. So what happens when we put all this into play, when we lock it in a black box, in this tool? We have a kind of relegation of diversity to an asset. Okay? And diversity here within critical race studies has a very particular sort of meaning. Diversity is something that, that is, it doesn't exist on its own. In fact, just like race has to be made and remade, so too with diversity. But first, let's get to the asset. So, in the study of games, we know that that the asset store, for example, in these engines, what they do is that they create, or they have been argued to create a kind of monoculture, right? What is it called? Design by marketplace. What is it called? Asset flipping. In that it creates these assets and it compiles them together in a way that has been argued to, in fact, impede, expressiveness and impede, how artists do what they do. Okay, and what we get from the social studies of finance is that the asset, right, beyond the way that it's used in the asset store in video game production, is that the asset is not really a thing, right? And an asset can be a thing and a commodity at the same time, as we see with the asset store, but it is more importantly a form. If you peel back the layers, the asset is a kind of techno-economic configuration. It is a way in which power relations arrange things, right, where some aspects of it have more power and are seen as more core and are seen as more stable, and everything else is something that you can just shop around for. Everything else is something that you can customize and tailor, right, at your whim. Okay, so these are just two quotes from the promotion that I analyzed. Our whole team spent years designing these databases and these rigs. So here, yes, 3Lateral, which is one of the units behind the MetaHuman created. 3Lateral has been very secretive about their photogrammetry process. That is true. But here we do not see an acknowledgement, of the people for whom these scans were taken off. And remember again, the presets are not actual people. They are composited. So even the presets themselves have been composited from scans of different kinds of people, right? And what we see here is sort of the apotheosis of a kind of modularizing, of a kind of splitting up and putting back together of this thing we call race. Okay? And the real magic of what Epic has done, what is claimed, is that it's decades of work that has gone into creating these assets. So here, we see a spin. We see a spin, right, on what the asset is. The asset is no longer the thing in the store. The asset is no longer the scan itself. The asset becomes the engine that composited it, the engine that puts it all together. So what happens, right, in this techno-economic configuration when we map race onto how digital humans are produced? We see that near infinite variations are mapped onto representations of people of color. We see that it is an asset, it is seen as part of diversity, and it's very unstable. It can be anything, and yet it's nothing at all. But what is stable? What does stay, firm in the ground? And what is the core, thing that makes Unreal money, that makes, that has been poured, years and years of resources and time has been poured into these databases, that it is the engine itself, the rig itself. That's the core technology. That's what is universal, and that's what is stable. Okay, the beauty of the system is that these rigs, they carry along any face that you can make in a manner of human character, and that was amazing. So what we see is a core periphery model that, in game studies we have been critiquing for a long time, right? Why is it that the layer of sound, that the layer of image, the layer of representation is wrapped around what is seen as a core technology, right? What is at play here when we prioritize certain aspects of what is essentially a production assemblage? So the theme of this conference is, or the theme of today is liminality, and I really loved the expansiveness of how liminality, on the one hand, yes, it relates to a rite of passage, it relates to transformation, but also, it relates to different ways of engaging with corridors, that we saw in the walking simulator, in the sci-fi corridor presentation. And what I want to sort of close up the talk with is thinking about the liminal, or thinking about liminality in terms of the latent space within these generative systems that we see. Not just the large language models, but also these sort of more fixed models, such as the meta-human creator. Okay, what is seen as stable and what is seen as volatile? There's been a switch. In critical data studies, Louise Amour has talked about how, moving from rules-based computation towards machine learning creates a prioritization, or a seeing instability, seeing volatility, seeing generativity as more profitable, as something that we should move towards instead of these aspects of stability. Okay? And whiteness, however, within these latent spaces are still there. So an example, in this short piece, this is a short article, but I found it very useful. I use it for my students as well. It's this idea that how in order to create a diverse sort of to decrease the bias in, for example, generative AI outputs. What different sorts of companies have done, different systems have done. They just put the extra keyword in there without you knowing. And what that's done is that what that implies is that whiteness is a latent feature of that data set itself, that it is so durable that it has to be, it's haunting the category of the human in this way. And thinking about latency is a really useful way for thinking about what remains, right? What remains, when we think about these liminal spaces where anything, any face, any blend can be generated. And finally, thinking about diversity as in and of itself unstable. And it's not that it's been destabilized, because diversity in and of itself is a kind of, it's an ideology. It's an ideology that institutes, the norm, the unseen norm of whiteness as something that, that is sort of outside of the frame, right? All those, the near infinite variation of that these digital humans can take, what is unseen and yet what is persistent, what is latent in these systems is the coherence of whiteness. And one thing that Schuller and Gil Peterson, who've discussed this idea of plasticity in race, have have argued that plasticity is a very paradoxical state. It's something that's imposed onto racialized representations, racialized aesthetics, that it can be anything. It has to conform to outside pressure, but at the same time, it has to maintain a kind of coherence. So the same thing with the blend. It's the same thing, you know, with the metahuman data set, is that there is a restriction on the blend in place, in that it has to remain coherent in order to still look like a plausible human being. Okay, and in this state, it can always take on a new shape, but in itself, it can never transform. It's always, and that's what plasticity, you know, sort of connotes, this idea of being molded into shape. Okay? And yeah, I think this is one of my last slides. The idea that diversity, in and of itself, you know, is a kind of ideology that makes race. Race doesn't exist, you know, on its own. It is a social construct. It is a social fact. And diversity shouldn't be seen as being about demographic parity, so with the population of audiences, for example, or with the population of producers. That's only one aspect of it. Beyond that, right, it's important to think about diversity as a set of practices in which the dominant culture attempts to maintain its status, but also attempts to maintain its invisibility within what is seen as an infinite variation. Okay? And just to wrap up, you know, talked about digital humans and how, you know, on a background level, they have been racialized. And then, you know, brought you to thinking about the meta-human blend, how photogrammetry is a key part of how post-race aesthetics now are developing. And finally, about the instability, not just of the blend, but of the idea of race, the ideology of race, as well as, you know, policies about diversity in creative industries and beyond. And I will end it there. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much for the great talk. We have plenty of time for Q&A, so I'm hoping to see a lot of hands raising. I want to remind people online that they can type in their questions in the chat. Luján's going to read them out loud if there are any. People on site, you can scan also these QR codes, and with that you can access the Discord, also chat with people who are online. Anyone who needs to sit down, there are stools here as well. Anyway, I give you some time to think about your questions, and so what questions do you have or comments to Alleena? Yeah. Start here. Tom.
Hi, Alleena. Fantastic presentation. I really enjoyed that. Thank you. I guess my question would be, where do you see agency? Where do you see resistance in this space?
Can you be more specific?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think you've presented a very coherent argument around the ideological control that is set up within the structures of these engines and the direction that they're going in. But I wonder what we as consumers and as producers can do to stop it. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how can you intervene in the system in different ways? I mean, the first thing, right, is to question, right, the blend itself. Question why these racial restrictions are in place and try to play around with it. So, you know, there is I think they came up with a DNA calibration tool, right, which in itself sounds pretty nefarious, you know, but it's also a way to play around with the system itself. And it enables you to, by creating something, think about what those assumptions are of that default. Because remember, right, this is supposed to abolish defaults. But every time, you know, you have assets in place, you know, and you have a way to put them together, there are still sort of, you know, well, maybe not defaults, but there are still sort of, you know, there's a path of least resistance that structures, you know, what you make. And folks in platform, or folks who studied platform tools, you know, have discussed this in terms of the not constraining, but of the sort of guiding of, you know, influence of creativity in different forms. Another way, I guess, that agency, you know, could be conceptualized or could be engaged with, you know, with systems like this, is to first of all, you know, to understand diversity not in terms of what it looks like, you know, but also to understand, you know, and question the assumptions for which not just the technicity of diversity, but also the ideology of diversity, okay, comes into being. And, you know, on a very basic level, right, the two digital virtual influences that I showed, Ima and Shuru, they're created by, like, you know, one of them is created by a white creator, right? Another one is created in Japan, so, you know, but still, you know, there's racism in Japan too, right? But that as a baseline, if you are creating a racialized image, right, make sure you have people, you know, from that race, from the ethnicity in the room, right, to create that with you. So that's, you know, on a baseline level.
Thanks, Alleena. Fantastic talk, which made me think a bit about, I think it was a couple of years ago, details came out of this diversity space tool that Activision had developed with MIT, I think, where you had sort of parameters of difference, and they wanted to make sure their characters hit at least 3 or something. And I think they were expecting to be patted on the back for being so diverse, but actually people found it eerily programmatic, and some more reactionary gamers saw it as proof of this idea that DEI logic has kind of captured the industry. And that seems to be the kind of rallying point for what people are calling this sort of Gamergate 2.0 movement, where it's the villain's no longer feminism, it's DEI. And that debate seems to have moved towards kind of production pipelines, scanning, photogrammetry, character modeling, more than sort of the texts and their interpretation. So I guess my question is, how do we sort of intervene in those conversations if you think we can productively, without seeming to come out on the side of diversity, which, as you said, is this hugely problematic concept that really maintains the status quo, if anything?
Okay, so how do you intervene in these sorts of ways of thinking about diversity? Is to, you know, to not think about it through techno-solutionist terms. You know, that's the first thing, but also to think about it as a multi-pronged approach. So we're not saying that, you know, that having more creators in the room, you know, is, you know, throw it out the window. No, you know, it's important, but there are multiple ways to measure, to assess, you know, meaningful forms of engagement, right? So, you know, in my teaching, you know, I talk a lot about the BFI as well as the Oscars, you know, standards for diversity. You know, part of it is on screen, but a lot of it is also, you know, behind the screen, right? These things, it's not to say that they're not important, but, you know, in and of themselves as a checkbox exercise, that's not enough, right? And we see that as well in the tokenization, you know, of racialized you know, representations in games, you know, as well as beyond as well, you know. So that's something I think that can sort of push against those kinds of easy solutions.
Thanks. What other questions are there?
And actually, you know, I just want to add one more thing to it. Okay, so it's related to Rob's point about sort of a solution for what is seen as a problem. We see this happening right now, or we've seen it, you know, in this tool that you discussed, you know, in Activision, was it? Did you say? In Activision, right? But you see the same sort of thing with how generative AI is being used for NPCs, right? It's addressing a problem in which you players feel or have always wanted a kind of, like Tom said, agency over the game world. Okay, but is that a meaningful form of agency? You know, if I talk to an NPC, you know, through, you know, using voice commands, right, and it responds to me, you know, with a set number of predetermined, and it still is predetermined outcomes, is that meaningful agency? So a similar thing, you know, this is a way to sell things, a way to sell a tool, a way to sell a technology.
I'm glad you brought up players, because I guess one of the things that I was thinking while listening to you is actually, but this is what consumers want. You know, ultimately, I think consumers want new experiences that are not necessarily real experiences, they are synthetic. And the authenticity of that experience is synthetic, and they know it and they buy into it for that reason. So that's partly why there's a tension for me about agency, if you like, around some of this stuff, because I do feel that this is actually the direction of the industry, is what consumers want, and to change their perspective, I think, would mean something, quite transformatory altogether. Sorry, I dare say it. That's more of a comment than a question. But do you see where I'm trying to come from? I think the problem that you diagnose is absolutely right. But on the other side of the production, it's the consumption side, and consumers very much buy into this model uncritically, happily, and I think
I beg to differ. I think what consumers, or what an important subset of consumers want, is meaningful engagement. They don't want more. They don't want, they don't just want to do the thing. They don't want to see all these characters. What they want are characters that speak to them, speak to their experiences. And, you mentioned authenticity. There is a co-optation of what authenticity means here, and it's photogrammetric. It's not based on real experiences. It's not based on what race actually is and what racialized experiences actually are. It's based on a cosmetic, depoliticized form of racial representation. So just based on that, the co-optation of authenticity, I think, is problematic in and of itself.
Can take one more, and then we have to continue the next talk.
Thank you for your presentation. So you talked about how having so many representations of different races kind of hollows out the meaningful ways we can engage with these issues. And I think one of the things that AI does is that categorization. So it creates millions and billions of categories. And you also mentioned we can start to add some stories to this, so sitting with somebody who's going through an experience to then build these characters. And I just wanted you to, because AI can also slowly, gradually develop that as well. So how do we avoid this things becoming empty through the automated process you're describing? Because AI can also bring those stories. You can choose this skin and this is your history. This is why you have this scar, or this is how it can bring that. Because at the moment the categorization just only looking at capturing parts of my skin, parts of your skin, and then I can assemble them myself, right? And it can bring narrative later down the pipeline as well. So I'm just asking you, how do you think me as a player can then engage with this that goes beyond this? That it's not about what technology offers, but it's about how I change it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can respond somewhat. So what my response would be that these tools, they're not the be all end all. So it's not to say that you can't create, meaningful representations, right, with these tools if you use them in a way that is thoughtful, and if you use them in a way that goes against the grain of what they're supposed to do. Do you see what I'm saying? So, a similar thing, could be in play as well, when you think about the way that that generativity in different kinds of systems are creating a plethora of experiences that seem like they are not designed, right? But that there again is the sort of that's kind of what I was trying to bring to the fore, is that it does not seem programmatic, but it certainly is based on a database that has been designed, a rig that has been designed, an engine, right, that continues to be designed and updated, right? So whatever you think as depolitical or depoliticized, right, that is generated, it is in fact, not. It is in fact an assemblage of, different kinds of politics that were put together, but have been made to seem as part of what was captured in reality. So that's how I would address that. But obviously, I don't know what the future will hold. And in fact, the take up of these NPC, AI NPC tools, I don't know, maybe people do want them, but I do know people who don't. And I do know people who will push against it and who will question it in different ways. And at the end of the day, this is a space in which, does the majority always win? No, that pockets of resistance are meaningful in and of themselves.
All right, I think those are great closing words. Thank you very much, and thanks everyone for your questions. Thanks, Alleena. Awesome. So we're moving on to a panel now by the Counterpoints Collective. I will invite the panelists to come here to the front and sit down, take up this space. Yeah. As far as I understand, you don't need any tech here, right? You're just having computers and stuff like that. Okay. Well, that would be cool. Yeah. Because there's so many that maybe. I'll just make a very quick introduction, and then you can maybe call yourselves, pass the mic, and say your names. And okay, perfect. All right. So our next event now is like this: a panel on representation in video games, where the social justice and the market align. And this has been part of our it's organized by Counterpoints, which is Counterpoint Arts is a leading national organization in the field of arts, migration, and cultural change. And they support the arts by and about refugees and migrants, and produce a range of programs in the UK and internationally, including Refugee Week, Pop Change, and Plataforma Festival. I will let each panelist introduce themselves. There's 4 of you, so give you the mic, and the floor is yours. So looking forward to your discussion.
Hi, hello. My name is Laith El-Zubaydi. I am the Pop Change producer at Counterpoint Arts. We're really excited to be here today. I am joined by 3 other very lovely people. And of course, we are streaming live on Twitch, which I just found out, which is great. If anybody watching live at home wants to know what the vibe of the room is, because they can't see, there are literally thousands of people. It is just filled to the brim. They're chanting our name. The mic can't pick it up. There are just people are throwing their children at us, begging us to raise them. And we're from. So I'm from Counterpoints. Faz, sitting to my left, is also from Counterpoints. Faz, if you could introduce yourself.
So my name is Hossam Fazola, Faz for short, and I work as a digital producer for Counterpoints Arts. I also am a video game illustrator and video game playtester and cultural consultant as well. I used to be a video game journalist. I worked for BBC, but I quit.
Hi, I'm Tommy Sim'an. I'm an actor, and I do quite a lot of voice acting and a bit of mocap for video games.
What are you an actor in?
So I graduated drama school in 2020, so during COVID, but sort of had a few games since then. So first game was Expeditions Rome, so I played a load of different characters in that. Then did Baldur's Gate 3, so I played Orpheus in Baldur's Gate 3, if anyone's played that. And then most recently...
the Game of the Year award-winning Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3. Sick game. And then I just most recently played Sargon, so the player character in the new Prince of Persia.
The literal Prince of Persia we have.
Is he? Oh, I don't know. But I think that's also a sick game. Anyway, yeah, so sort of a range of experience across that sort of thing.
Mariam.
Hi, I'm Mariam. I'm currently a student, but I do content creation on TikTok, and I make clips about Overwatch and Dead by Daylight, and I'll probably expand into different games.
There we go. Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you all for joining us today. If anybody would like a bit more information about Counterpoints, we're an organization that supports artists from refugee and migrant backgrounds. We have lots and lots of projects. We also run the biggest festival celebrating refugee art in the world, Refugee Week. Before I joined, I did not realize that people could just own those weeks, and that there are people who just run. I thought it was like, International Women's Day, where it was just like nobody owns that. No, they own it, they run it, and they operate in over 28 countries across the globe. And we definitely encourage you to come down and just enjoy all the events that we have programmed in the middle of June for Refugee Week this year. We also my job at Counterpoints is that I sort of take the lead on the projects that are to do with using pop culture to create social change. So we have partnerships with Netflix, we have partnerships with BAFTA, we've done lots of events with them, we have lots of events coming up with them. We are also, we've worked on things. We also have a consultancy where we connect artists who are from refugee and migrant backgrounds who are extremely qualified in their field, and connect them with productions across the globe, whether that be for video games, whether that be for films. We've done everything from massive Hollywood blockbusters like Riz Ahmed's Exit West, which is happening with Netflix and will release as soon as the director's done doing Blade at Marvel. And after that, and we've also done things that are like smaller British independent films, and we've also worked on some games as well. So we do a lot of events like this as well, where we just try to create conversations around some of the work that we're doing, and also some of the themes that are, inevitably come up with these types of things. Today we thought we'd do something really special, where we thought it would be a great opportunity if we're talking about video games. And of course we have our lovely friends here. Just so happens by accident, it's an all Arab panel, which is which I feel is apt, because you may know us from every single Call of Duty game. We are no one can say that we are suffering from underrepresentation in video games. It's just the type of representation that we're not thrilled about. But in terms of seeing us on screen, we are definitely on screen. It's just it's not ideal. I have shot more people that look like my family than anybody else in video games growing up, and I think that's I'm just it's true. And so we thought it'd be really nice to sort of do an all Arab panel and just talk about some of the good, some of the bad, and then I thought actually maybe a great place to start would be Prince of Persia, just because I don't know how many people know about this, but the newest Prince of Persia that just came out is very much an effort to decolonize Prince of Persia, because the original Prince of Persia games, as amazing as they were, did not necessarily put that much effort into perhaps representing the cultures that were on screen, to the extent that Jake Gyllenhaal felt like he was the perfect person to play the Prince of Persia when they did the film adaptation. So Tommy, I just thought we'd start off with maybe just telling us about the process that the game team went through.
No, exactly. I think it's one of those things where obviously people are more aware now of if you're going to use a culture, you have to do it correctly. Like the chat about authenticity there was really interesting, because with Prince of Persia it's a very funny one, because, and I'm not speaking on behalf of Ubisoft or anyone, but this is just from my interpretation of the whole thing, is it's like a mythological context, isn't it? It's not real, but also at the same time you're using the sort of the rough period of the ancient and part of the ancient Persian Empire. And yeah, it was really when I went in to start doing it, I was really excited, thought the artwork was really cool, thought they've made some amazing efforts in terms of people involved at all levels, was just being spoken about, coming from whether Persia or the region in general, but kind of being a lot more on it with understanding how important it was to actually engage. And so I feel I don't know if has anyone played it? Anyone here played it? No? Prince of Persia? The new one? Yeah. Oh, not the new one. No. Okay. First one. Okay. Well, so the new one, basically what they've done is they've gone back to the kind of side scroller format, Metroidvania, but with kind of quite cool modern artwork. But using a lot of ancient Persian art, architecture, places, mythology, and really going in on that. And then the same on the music front. They have they had a composer called Mentrix, who she's a Persian woman who lives in Berlin, multi-instrumentalist, really amazing, and the soundtrack's sick. So they really went for it. But then when the first trailer dropped, there was a lot of again, I'm quite new to all of this, so I didn't know there's quite a toxic presence online. People were really angry because the Prince of Persia is a darker shade of white. Prince of Persia is not white, so that people were very basically really racist online. he, like, the character has dreads, for example, and
yeah, a lot of people don't seem to know that actually there's quite a fair few people from that
like,
region that have dreads.
I was going to say, like, 'cause, you know, if we're looking era time, it's like Zoroastrianism's kind of like at the fore of the empire if you're going to place it in a context, and like there's a lot of like, you know, for a long time in the region in general, like dreads are associated with spirituality, like sort of, you know, the high up priests or whatever, this kind of thing. So anyway, that, and like him being brown, like people were talking, like I was reading comments that were like, I don't know, it was like this like double level of racism that was like outrage that, because also there are like Afro-Iranian people too, if he happens to be Afro-Iranian, like people were being, basically there's like this double level of like angry that he might be black, and also angry at like being like, this isn't Persian. It was a really odd, like I kind of like was looking at these comments, I realized quite quickly obviously it's not a healthy sort of thing to do, but I was quite gutted because I was like, they're putting in so much effort here, and like the response is pretty shocking. But then it's interesting because when you look at the majority in terms of the response, actually it's quite positive. It's just a very loud kind of like presence minority. But interesting just thinking about what you're talking about there in terms of like the conversation you were having with the guy who was here about consumerism and like what the consumers want. I sort of feel like it's a bit of a lazy out to say, yeah, but the consumers want it. So, because with this, for instance, there was a big negative backlash initially, but the game's come out and people really like the game and it's gone down really well and that kind of thing. So it's like the proof's sort of in the pudding. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously, there's like, talking about control as well, like you were saying, part of the thing that people like is familiarity and control. That's why we go to like genres of films or like, you know, gaming, whatever it is. So when it like shifts so dramatically, you know, in terms of the fact that, oh, it's not a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Prince of Persia, it's like, and no longer always like brunette and white. Oh no, hang on, he's actually brown. Like, what, you know, whoa. And like that, like shifts there. There's like this sort of angry reaction, but then, like, yeah, there's like any like birthing anything is painful, isn't it? Like there's the initial thing, but once you get going and actually it's very like the game's good, the reaction's been really positive and people kind of accept it. So I sort of feel like, yeah, there's always going to be a difficult moment, but sorry, I've gone on like a very winding rant, but yeah, like just kind of in relation to what you were saying, I think it does, yeah, like, but anyway, the main thing I was going to say was I feel like Ubisoft like really did make the effort, and I worked on it aside, and like they were really on it in terms of pretty much everyone involved in the game is from the region, yeah, like, and sort of the general respect given to like the artwork, the music, the setting, the kind of want to delve into Persian mythology, all of this stuff I thought was really sick. So all in all, good experience. And I feel like the game like reflects that. It's a good game.
Well, yeah, it's sort of actually quietly quite a revolutionary moment, because if you look at what that franchise, you know, at one point that franchise was enormous, and it still is, and for that to sort of really for the people behind that game to really have taken a look at that franchise and go, actually, you know what, we've made quite a lot of mistakes, let's see how we can make the best version of this, and then actually really follow through on that is amazing.
Yeah, in spite of like getting backlash, yeah, like actually just being like, no, we're going to double down on this, we're going to do it. So that's, again, I feel interesting from the point that the gentleman here was saying about yeah, but you know, what about the market? Maybe I'm like sort of reducing, like it's a bit reductive to say that about what he was saying, but yeah, I get that, but also I feel like how do you make any change then? Like, you know, like it's a two-way thing, and if the game is good, then people are going to play it ultimately and enjoy it and buy it, and then like sort of gradually accept the fact that it's a bit different. Okay, cool.
Yeah, well, this is actually a thing that Marianne, we were talking about outside, where you were talking about how actually there's some very big games at the moment that are currently, like, you know, have diverse members of cast and so on and so forth.
So I also, touching on your point, Assassin's Creed that came out last year, October, it's based on, I think it's the 9th century of Iraq, so really old, but the NPCs have like great Arabic dialect, the environment's really rich, so I think, yeah, the shift is changing. And in terms of good Arab representation, in Overwatch, there's 2 characters called Anna and Farah, and they have Arabic voice lines, which are very accurate. I know Anna says "Rowihem awitek," which means show them your strength, and she does it really well. Yeah, I think there's a really good shift going on in the recent years.
It is like a really genuinely like sort of amazing shift because most of the video games I've played, if an Arabic line is being said, it's quite often Allahu Akbar as they're storming a building. So ideally, it's great that we're sort of moving away from those representations because Overwatch is an enormous game.
Massive. I know in Siege, there's a map called Border, and it's based in Iraq, and there's just like this crazy Iraqi guy screaming in the background just to like emphasize that this is a war map.
Well, I think that's very, it's a thing that we've spoken about as well, where it's just like a lot of the maps that we played on when we were younger, especially in the likes of Call of Duty and so on and so forth. It's just like I would look at those sometimes. It's like, oh, my auntie lives there, and it's just like there is this sort of weird, speaking about the idea of like liminal space and so on and so forth, there's a really weird sort of, scenario to be put in where we're from these countries that are being presented in this way that we don't know it as. And it's just so baked in. And of course, like not to mention the fact that like quite a lot of these video games are made in collaboration with like the US government and the US military, and it's sort of like, okay, at what point is this propaganda, and at what point do we decide that actually we shouldn't be okay with this? If I don't know if people have seen, but like it's essentially been confirmed that the next Call of Duty game will be about the Iraq War, and judging as an Iraqi, judging on the way that they have handled previous historical conflicts, I don't necessarily think that development team has the knowledge or gravitas to be able to pull off a respectful video game or any piece of art about that period of time. And at the same time, it will, millions and millions and millions of people will play those games. And there's seemingly no real pushback, also from the sort of video game journalist world, there isn't necessarily that much being said about it. And on that point, I'd love to come to you, Faz, who you worked at BBC covering quite a few, video game topics, and also have worked as a video game tester. I don't know, well, you can take my mic.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna start from the beginning. So I grew up in the 90s, and so I played DOS, and I played NES, SNES, and to Switch now, and all the games that are there nowadays. So I was a gamer before 9/11 and after 9/11, and that's when the shift happened in the representation of Arabs. So suddenly we went from snake charmers and sort of like belly dancers, witches kind of thing. And I remember favorites like Metal Slug and an arcade game called Arabian Fight that has a game that you play in ancient Egypt. Suddenly it's Arabian, but suddenly it's just like this pharaohs going around. It's all mixed up. And then so that was also a bit weird. We loved these, we love to play these levels, just because we see something that we're familiar with, even though there's something in common between this and the next one that I'm going to talk about, is that in both you always kill the Arabs. That's what you do, which leaves you as a child in a really weird headspace. But and then so that was like kind of the good period, and then comes 9/11, and that's when I grew a bit older, and we were going to cyber cafes and playing Counter-Strike. And in Counter-Strike, if anybody played it, you either are a CT, which is counter-terrorism, or a terrorist. We would always choose the terrorist, just because it's the kind of Arab-looking kind of thing. And you just have to keep the hostages. You have your own kind of thing. It's so weird. So we were programmed as children to play terrorists. So by the West world. You want to say something?
No. But it's really interesting because, of course, you were telling me outside about how it's very, considering that context of how you've grown up,
Yeah.
especially when you went on to go and work on video games.
So yeah, so also again in the 90s, like the coolest job ever was like to be a video game tester, right? So I came here, I've studied digital media and cultural studies, and I wanted to work in the video game field. So I applied to like hundreds of jobs, and there's a lot of jobs of like localizer or kind of cultural consultant, something like that. That's what I wanted to do. But then I have a problem because my name is Hosam Fazul, and that's a name a lot of people mistake as Muhammad. It's just like you just kind of, unfortunately, you have less chances when you have an Arab, like an apparent Arab name. So I had to kind of like settle for a job that is like an Arabic cultural video game tester for a studio that I cannot name, and they work with a lot of big other studios, and they do that. They kind of hire a lot of people from different backgrounds to kind of check the games and see culturally and linguistically and stuff like that. But this is just like kind of it wasn't like really. So basically, as Arabic gets paid the least, and you also there treated like you are, you're playing as a job. So why do you even need money? So you get even. So I was working in London with way lower than even the UK wage, not even the London wage. It was I think it was like £8.50 an hour, something like that. And then it's everything is on the superficial level kind of thing. So you kind of you can be taken seriously if you spotted like a text that is completely wrong. But other than that, if you go while your job is actually reporting on anything that is culturally wrong in games that all representing this culture, we get the games after they have developed, so to put something back to the studio and the studio working on it and changing it, so they really don't care.
This is a really common thing with so the consultancy that we run at Counterpoints Arts. A really common thing happens where productions will come to us and they'll go, "Hey, we'd love to work with you on this. Let's get in some writers and directors who are from this specific culture. We'd love for them to come and have a look at this game and consult on it." And then we'll ask them about like how far along they are in the process of making this film or this game or whatever it is, and it will be like, "Oh yeah, we're about like 3 weeks away from releasing it or something." It's like, we can't do anything in that time. That's nothing. There's no amount of work that we could do. And often what it comes across as, even if it's not intentional, is that these people have come to us essentially at a point where we can't actually change anything. And then that means when they release the game, they can say, "Well, we consulted with these organizations that do all of these things, and they said it was fine. So as far as we're concerned, we've done our job." Which, it's sort of disheartening to hear that is also a practice that you experienced.
It's really like, it turned from like the day I got the job, I was really happy, and just suddenly it became like a nightmare job. I'm a video game tester, but it's an awful job, like really bad. And then one day, while I was like, I don't know, play testing, I got a call and I got accepted at BBC, which later I became a tech journalist, and then later I was focusing on video games. And there was also an issue there because I was only brought in if the topic has to do with the Middle East on a very kind of specific level. But I wouldn't be brought in as just an opinion in like a general matter or in a topic that I am very knowledgeable about more than other people. So that kind of bias and this kind of like ignorance and representation goes from the tech world itself, which I think 70% or 69% of the gaming industry are run by white people, and 71% of them are men. And that's considering that there is also Japan on the other end, which will probably gonna take like 30% or something like that. So that's the kind of world that we're talking about. Obviously there is now like a shift, and people are realizing that, wait, there is like a market, a big market, like in these countries. And by that market, I mean like the Gulf countries, because they can afford to pay these games. Because if you go to other places that I'm from Egypt, so I was there and I wanted to buy a Nintendo Switch game, and I realized that it's just the game, not the Switch itself. It's the salary of a month salary of like a new graduate there. So
it's basically impossible to play any games.
yeah, exactly. Like I say, I played like SNES and stuff like that. What I mean is that I played Chinese knockoffs of SNES.
Right. Okay.
When I was young, I've never really seen like a proper one, except when I was an adult and I can buy my own toys, you know. So that's also something that maybe the gaming industry needs to learn from the film industry, because you've got like Netflix and Amazon Prime and all these things. They found a way to be still accessible in all the places, no matter what's the income or how devaluated the currency is. But the video game industry hasn't yet found that kind of balance. But then you have statistics that show that almost 50% of people in Egypt and almost like 60% of people in Saudi Arabia are gamers. That's an insane statistic. That's like a whole like other world that you need to explore as an industry, and to also bring revenue. You don't have to make cartridges or CDs. You can just, you know, distribute digital games that won't cost you anything, and just put it for a bit cheap and kind of target that market a bit more, represent them a bit better. I'm just going to make loads of money.
This is the thing that we sort of always harp on about at Counterpoints, which is even if you don't care about the moral implications of diversifying media or anything like that, you'll make so much money. Like if you have the worst intentions possible, it still makes sense for you to represent people on screen properly, because you will make more money. With that in mind, we are sort of gearing. We've got about 15 or so minutes left, just before we throw it out to perhaps some questions from the audience. So start thinking about them. Ideally questions, not statements. I have to say that because I've done so many of these, and then sometimes people will like recite War and Peace, and I don't know what to, like, I can't respond to it, and you can't be rude to them either, because it is what it is. So just please have a question mark at the end of whatever it is that you're saying, and if you can just vaguely hint at the idea that there is a question, we'll work with it. Toby, Mariam, I just wanted to ask you guys about, I suppose it's probably not too much of a stretch to say that while video games are sort of doing better now, they haven't been for quite a long while. And I think in that time we've seen films do a lot better in that sense, and also worse in some aspects. But there is like a general sort of acceptance in films where it's like, okay, you do have to represent these things properly. Whereas in video games, it's still a little bit like not necessarily there. And I'm sorry, Toby.
Just like I feel like kind of to what you're saying there, I guess there's that element of like being that bit further detached from reality when you're gaming, because it's you know, it's the gaming world, you know. It's not, and like with films as well, you know, I sort of feel like there's this idea of realism, and I'm sure there's like numerous PhDs on this sort of thing, but it's not real. So like sorry, I don't know where I was going with that. It was something. What were you saying? Just
I was talking about films and how like they have essentially done better in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Whereas video games, maybe it's, you know, the tide is turning a little bit.
Yeah, I forgot what my point was completely.
That's fine.
Anyway,
It was still a good point anyway.
No, but yeah, like there was sort of two things I want to go back on before that as well.
Sure.
What Faz was saying about playing those games, because like we were playing them here in England, and that was quite a weird experience in itself in terms of these liminal spaces that we're talking about, because you're sort of there post 2003 invasion of Iraq, for example, kind of like looking around like, okay, so I'm the enemy, we're the enemy. Okay, right. So but like for me, you know, I can sort of be in situations and pass as not Iraqi too. So like there's a kind of, you know, hiding thing that's going on. but then within that, you're then playing games where, like we're talking about, you're essentially killing people who are from where you're from, but they're completely two-dimensional, non-real people. So this kind of dehumanization thing that you grow up with, of like, you don't really count. You're kind of like, you're an NPC. You're very disposable. Like the heroes and the main characters are the people who are coming and killing you. So, aka the society you're in. So those liminal spaces, kind of thing, like we're talking about, you're kind of occupying a very odd, like, but at the same time you're playing it. So like, you know, you're there being like, yeah, okay, come on, yeah. So that's kind of a weird one. I also was going to touch on when you were talking about plasticity. I thought that was really interesting. Like, again, the first game I was on, Expeditions Rome, again, really cool. Like, you know, it's covering loads of places in the Roman Empire, like of that era, and they've generally tried to get people from those backgrounds playing the characters. But I was playing, went in, and I think it was basically an accident. I ended up playing a Greek character, and like I'm okay because I'm quite good with accents. So I spent the night studying kind of like what, you know, like there's videos you can see online of like Greek people talking about how their accents are in English and how to kind of shift things, because it's actually meant to be a helpful guide for Greek people. And then so I went in doing that. That was okay. But then it was interesting. We talked about, I was playing a few different Egyptian characters, and we were talking about, I was like, so do you want me to do an actual Egyptian accent? And so I was talking with Faz about this earlier, where I was like, you know, that's quite a specific accent. You know, there's certain like sounds that, like, you know, TH might go to Z, or, you know, this kind of thing, that people who don't know the region and don't know that sort of thing might like try to pick up as like, well, that's a bit weird, isn't it? You know, this kind of thing of like conforming. And the director, she was like, yeah, honestly, like, I have this thing where she said she's done it with Australian actors in Australia or American actors in America, where they're happy to do English accents over there, but they won't do it internationally because it's a perception-based thing, isn't it? So you got to like fit into what the, you know, people are expecting for you, particularly if you are just like an NPC in this moment, like who's paying that much attention to detail, that kind of thing. But it does speak to a larger thing of like, I don't know, I ended up doing just like a sort of generic Arabic accent as opposed to going specifically in on the Egyptian thing, and like that's fine, but then like I'm kind of like, you've said you're asking for Egyptian though, you know, so it's that like, it's a funny one. I was meant to ask as well, like, for you to talk. I remember you telling me about that game. I feel like it's set in Iraq, and it was like.
Oh, another one, the one that got they've cancelled it.
They did cancel it.
First, it's like 6 days in Fallujah or something.
6 days in Fallujah. Right.
We should
like,
talk
who
about
thought that was a good idea? Like, come on.
Yes.
6 days in Fallujah. Anyway, I'll hand over the mic. Sorry.
No. But it is like, you know, we were all talking together outside. It was like, Mariam, you were talking about how like it is interesting. It's like these things are being made, and like it's kind of complete. It obviously eventually there were, you know, there was a backlash and everything. But the idea that we're sort of looking at these horrific moments in time and being like, oh yeah, but what if you were playing that in first person, and then what if we just, you know, added microtransactions to this?
That's what I was like. My point early on that I forgot was exactly this, of like it, like in terms of the correlation between film, how film's catching up versus games, is like, because gaming is like that much further removed from like reality to an extent, like it sort of feels more okay for it to be lagging almost in some way. That's sort of like because it's like, oh. But then it's like you're not really clocking how much it's feeding into culture.
Exactly, because arguably these games are way more popular than the vast majority of films. Like
and socially as well, because you know, if you're setting up with a bunch of mates to go and play this, like I was saying to Laith, I was like remembering that at school, like we'd set up to play COD, and we'd be like, yeah, let's go play Mogadishu. You know, that's a really messed up thing. Like that's really messed up. Yeah. But that's like at the age of like, you know, 13 or whatever, you're like not thinking about that at all.
Yeah.
But then you're kind of programming yourself. So like there is a responsibility, but whether it gets taken sort of seriously or not is another, you know.
You become desensitized from it 100%, yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
I was saying you definitely become desensitized from it. I know when I was a kid, I used to play a bunch of games, and yeah, like the COD campaigns, it was always like the bad guys were Arabs, and I kind of just made a joke out of it with my friends. We'd be playing and we'd just make a joke, because not much we can say really about it. We can't change the narrative. It's the gaming studios that are doing it, and that's why Ubisoft, not to like glorify Ubisoft, but yeah, Assassin's Creed, that was a really, really good representation, and it got a good reception as well. So
yeah, that is one of those things where it is sort of like a weirdly funny thing as well, because when it comes to like video games and how that sort of thing is viewed, it's it's really like these things are arguably more important than representations in film, but all of the discussion about representation largely revolves around film and revolves around TV and things of that nature. It's like exactly as you say, it's just like these are essentially social things, a lot way more social than perhaps films and TV are, because people will dedicate months and months and months of their lives around these one type of game.
And so it's so personal as well, it's like a super personal experience as well, because you can be playing at any time of day on your ones or with other people or whatever, but like in your own space, like I don't know, you could say the same about viewing habits and all of that. Like there was something as well I was thinking that, because when I was talking to my brother, so when I was younger, gaming for me and my brother was that my brother's 5 years older than me, so he got to play and I got to watch, and or like when he was playing football games, I got to commentate. Because I'm good at commentating. Yeah, I'm not buying that now. But one of the games that he used to play and I used to love watching was the Devil May Cry series. And something I just really enjoyed about that was because when I told him about this, he was like, "Oh yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot of diversity in games in there. You got like everything in a game," and I was like, that's a fair point. Like, that's kind of not like necessarily what we're talking about, but yeah, like, and thinking about that with Devil May Cry was like, for those who don't know, is like you're playing as Dante, this main character who's half human, half demon, and he's kind of like between, talking about liminal spaces, he's like doing a lot of stuff between the kind of like demon world and Earth, and like this kind of conflict that's going on. And I like loved that and loved the storyline, all that. Like, I think being like between cultures myself as a person, like really relating to that, like, but not on a kind of such an explicit level. So like you can do it in so many different ways. Like it's not, but I guess when we're talking about exactly specific representation, it would have been cool too to, play a game. It could have been like Aladdin or something that was like, but like that did something.
Don't give them ideas. Not
Aladdin,
Aladdin,
do you know
but
what I mean? Like, not Aladdin. But as we're talking about that era, it could have been like, but the game where actually like the. That's why I thought like I was so excited about Prince of Persia, and I felt a little like quite crestfallen when the trailer came out and there was so much trolling going on. I was just like, but they like made such an effort, and it's really like. But and then you kind of clock like, very naive of me, but I'd literally just joined Instagram, things like this, and I was just like, this is the people who say horrible things the whole time, don't they? Like, so that was very naive of me, but like,
yeah, but it's been great that the feedback has been so great once the game actually released, which just goes to show that they actually did do all the work properly. We are gearing up to. We probably got about 6 or 7 minutes left. If anybody's got any questions. Feel free to raise your hand now while I'm. There we go. Great. I don't know if we.
Hi. Thanks so much for the talk. It was great. I'm also of Arab descent, so this is gorgeous for me. I'm really interested in the conversation around what you were talking about with Prince of Persia, and I think we're seeing it a lot in. When a black woman was cast as a mermaid, how could they? The ever rolling conversation about James Bond and what race that person should be, etc., etc. I work in the DEIB space. I'm not so familiar with the gaming world, so I'd be really I am getting to a question, I promise.
No, that's fine. I'm enjoying this. This is his own talk.
I'd be really interested to know. You say that you feel that there is, obviously with the examples you've mentioned, changing in the turning in the tide, and that's amazing. Interested to know where you still see things being problematic, and what changes really need to be made in that space.
Cool, amazing question. Who wants to take that? Does anybody?
Quite a lot, I feel. Yeah, I would say like from the perspective of like a performer's perspective, it's cool because when like stuff comes out in terms of like what are they called, the things that get sent out for when they want people to audition. I've totally blanked on the word, but anyway, yeah, casting, exactly. Casting comes out the breakdown. The breakdowns are always like pretty specific to ethnicity and like wanting to match things up, and then like they'll have the ones where, and they kind of do explicitly state, you know, we want this, that, and the other. So like the studios that I've been, you know, working with certainly have been pretty on it on that front, so that's been cool. But in terms of like where like things to work on, do you know what, like, actually, sorry, like just going back to what you were saying about the TV being a bit like going a bit further ahead, I feel like the dedication to it from what I've witnessed in the gaming world is stronger in terms of when people are on it about like making this like you know, making the effort to go in on something, they really just like commit to it. And like with Assassin's Creed set in Baghdad, like the I read an article about that where it was like a historian, because they consulted loads of historians to try and recreate 9th century Baghdad, and like it was kind of like a historian's dream. Oh yeah, it's like a historian's, like, you know, it was like kind of as close as they could get visually, you know, this kind of thing. So like they really like go in on it and invest. But I guess kind of what we're talking about in terms of like not finding it so easy to vilify, like thinking about the impact that making a game, like for instance the next COD, which is going to be, what is it, 2003 war? Is it first Gulf War? Is it which? And also Mogadishu, which is not related. Do you know what I mean? Like it's that kind of like like grouping together of like Arab conflicts or whatever, but also like I don't know, there is a responsibility like socially, if we're going to move forward in some way, to sort of change how we relate to each other via these sorts of things, because these are like quite vital connections that you're making at quite a young age about like, oh, okay, yeah, because we're always at war with these people. So why are we carrying on the cycles of war? Oh, because we're like sort of programming like, you know, kids to think that's a normal thing. So like that kind of thing of just like maybe like actually thinking, I mean, you know, like money talks, I guess, and all this stuff. But like it seems, for instance, when Leigh said that about COD, like the next one, I was a bit like, I thought we were like a bit past that. Like, are we, you know, like, do we, you know, you can invent, I don't know, what, like, maybe don't do it with like space or whatever, because then if we meet aliens, we'll just want to fight them too. But, you know, like, I don't know, but you know what I mean? That kind of thing, I feel like there's a lot of foot dragging on that front, because it's easy. It's kind of lazy, and it's easy as well, you know? It's like, let's go for the, you know, the stereotype. Like, I mean, have COD done like a Vietnam War thing?
I believe they have, but it was also equally, how do I put this? What you would imagine.
Okay. Yeah. Like, do you know, like going through the trauma of those wars already, and then recycling it for like entertainment purposes as opposed to reflection, seems pretty like cynical. But maybe that's again quite a naive thing for me to, you know.
I think it's a very good point, especially when it's like, I'm aware of like how heavy a point this is, but you know, we've essentially been playing these games where we watch just thousands of Arab people being laid to waste, and then currently we are watching like something unfold currently in Palestine, where we are watching again sort of like thousands of Arab people being laid to waste, and you can't help but feel like that perhaps one of, you know, perhaps representations of us in media may have helped make that more acceptable, which is, yes, question, let's go to you. Here we go.
So I've been trying to think about, so I teach at university, and I've been trying to get students to engage with serious issues, but through games. And I thought and not computer games, but by making board games. And I thought games is kind of quite interesting in terms of its kind of decolonial potential, that people can, you know, make their own rules. But I'm kind of struggling with the idea that games trivialize issues in some way as well, and I don't know if you find if there's a way around that, you know, like so.
I think, well, I'll go to Faz really quickly, but it's like, you know, I think we've also seen great examples of that. So there's a game, I'm sure you all know it, called Papers, Please, which I think is like a phenomenal way to sort of explore things of that nature. But
yeah, I think there's there's so many games now that I mean, the idea of games just being for children is of the past for sure, and how games can handle heavy topics. There's so many games that can do that now. But talking about trivializing, I think it's I think something about I'm a video game illustrator as well, and I think something about the artwork is specifically like has to be mentioned, because like when you think of like some games, so you also asked about like current games where you see problems. It doesn't have to be like in your face kind of problem, but some games like the newest Mario Kart, for example. I don't know if anybody plays Mario Karts. Yeah, so you have like London and the London track. What are you gonna see in the London track? Like Big Ben, Red Bus, and I don't know what phone booths and stuff like that. There's Italy as well. There's Greece, and there is also, is there Cairo? There is Cairo, but it's not called Cairo. It's called dry desert. And it is, and and it is like I mean, there's it's clearly Cairo because there's Sphinx, there's pyramids, but it's dry desert. So something about the artwork, like you always like when you think Tokyo, you think of like neon lights and rain and kind of see-through umbrellas. But when you think of Cairo, you still think desert, camel, stuff like that. And I think if it's just like people kind of like paid attention in the art kind of section of things, to kind of just have like a bit more non-trivializing kind of representation. That's not even of people, but of places. I have been drawing a lot of like streets in Cairo with more accurate representation, and I've been getting a lot of messages telling me, I really want to see more of this from people from there. And it's just because you cannot, you don't see that. That's just talking about places. Yeah.
Could I add as well, if I've got time, just to add one, like, just about that as well. But just in terms of like, this trivializing thing is like, that there is an aspect of like, like trivializing that is also quite helpful, I think. Like, I don't know if anyone watches like, cartoons. Like I watch a lot of anime or cartoons that kind of like, but like Avatar, for instance, The Last Airbender and Legend of Korra subsequently, like engage with really quite deep, like huge concepts, but like they just sort of like, that's the premise of the whole thing. And people could say, because it's a kid's cartoon, it's, like trivializing that kind of thing. But I think it's super actually educational, because people are in a much more receptive space and they're kind of much more open to it without realizing they are. So that's kind of one of the powers, I think, of games, is like, it does, there's an aspect to it, like, we're saying trivializing killing and all of this stuff. But if you use it in a kind of more healthy, conscious way, you're actually in such a place to just gently like show people, like people arrive at those places by themselves as opposed to sort of being, fed or whatever.
I think that's a lovely place to sort of end it there. I would also like to emphasize Avatar: The Last Airbender is Game of Thrones for adults, as far as I'm concerned. It is a phenomenal show. Everyone should go watch that. Anyway,
and
Korra is good, but we'll
talk about this later.
We'll talk about this later. We'll take we've gone over a little bit. We will take any other questions if you go find us afterwards. Thank you so much for having us. We're Counterpoints Arts.
Thanks
Please have a round of applause for our great panel.
Thanks, everyone. There's one more presentation closing the day, one final keynote. 4:30, we're going to take a short break because it's going to be online. We have to set up. A very interesting keynote by one of our directors at CGL, Gundolf Freiermuth, on the cultural history of VR and intersections with literature and other media, and how VR has been envisioned throughout the decades. And so I highly recommend it. So 4:30, we're coming back here for that presentation, and then we'll close our game studies day here, and I'll play this.
I mean, there's a slide. agree.
Gundolf is, for those of you who don't know, most of you is in the US right now. So it's what, 9 hours difference or
9 hours.
9 hours. Yeah.
No, actually not. You're
8.
in the UK.
With Germany, it's 9. Yeah.
It's 8.
So 8.
It's 8. Yeah, it's 8.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. Seems like we're good to go. So I have the great pleasure to present our final keynote, our closing keynote today in this quite successful game studies day, I think, so far, in terms of content and in terms of turnout, audience, everything. And entitled Emerging Life at and in the Virtual Frontier by none other than Gundolf Freiermuth, one of our directors from whom you've already heard a little bit when I introduced the Cologne Game Lab at the very beginning. But just a few words about him before I give him the floor. He is a professor of media and game studies and founding director of the Cologne Game Lab at the Technical University of Cologne in Germany. He's currently in sabbatical and I'm substituting for him. That's my role at CGL right now, to basically play the role of Gundolf while he's gone. And he also serves as an associate professor of comparative media studies at the International Film School in Cologne. And beyond academia, he has extensive experience as an editor, reporter, scriptwriter, and documentary filmmaker. Very varied career, very prolific as well. In the last decade, he has secured and executed numerous third-party funded research projects with combined budgets in the 7-figure euro range. So TH Köln is very thankful for that. Recently, he was awarded an Opus Magnum grant, the reason why he's on sabbatical, from the Volkswagen Foundation to complete his monograph, Play, Audiovisuality in the Modern Era, Theater, Film, Television, Games. His talk, if I'm not mistaken, will be based at least roughly on that research project. He also co-edits the Studies of Digital Media Culture series with Transcript Publishing, a German academic publishing house. And he has authored or co-edited over 20 fiction and non-fiction books and published approximately 500 papers, essays, and reportages. So a very prolific career, very hard to keep up with his work and to read everything he's written. But we're going to get, I think, a very good taste of what his mind has to offer and what his work is about with this keynote. So without further ado, Gundolf, the floor is yours. So yeah, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Thank you very much, Federico, for the kind introduction. I'm pretty sure they don't want me back. They want to keep you. I'm pretty sure. But it's not a threat, but it's a fact. I will be back in September. So thank you very much for having me. My talk will be about visions of future media, liminal media that is partly here, at least it is desired by some. We have conceived of it, and it's partly not here, but it may be here in the future. But first, I kind of want to apologize. As the last speaker, you should respond to the presentations that were given previously. And you should keep short what has already been discussed. But neither form of academic courtesy is possible for me, unfortunately, because I've been fast asleep here in the American West when you had your, I'm sure, wonderful talks. So please bear with me. I mean, I'm talking without knowing what has been said before me. Yeah, I'm here actually in the American West to finish my monograph. And indeed, as Federico said, future media plays an important part in this endeavor. And just to give you a preview of what we will be mainly talking about today, these three future media conceptions, utopia, whatever you want to call it, that came into this world within a few years, actually within a decade, between 1982 and 1992. And if you know, I mean, I'm just writing a book. If you know how long it takes to write a book, though Burning Chrome was a short story, but still it takes some time. The Snow Crash was a book. It basically all happened in the 80s, even though Snow Crash was published in 92. It all happened in the 80s, and we will be talking about why this happened and what are the specifics and the interrelatedness what is the interrelatedness of these three, pardon me, it's very early in the morning, I'm on my first tea, sorry. The three future media, how they relate to each other and to what questions kind of they were answering. That brings me to one preliminary remark that I want to make about game studies, because this, after all, is a game studies summit, whatever, event. Game studies are a young discipline, relatively, in comparison to literary studies or even film studies, maybe a quarter of a century old, and I'm old enough to have been around when game studies, started, so to speak, when they were founded, when they evolved. And the first phase of the discipline typically has to do with defining the discipline. That means drawing borders, boundaries, setting limits, so that, we were concentrating on the special nature of digital games and the independence of a discipline that deals with them. And I think the famous or infamous debate on narratology and ludology, which we all know never happened, was an important part of that process. And I think we largely have succeeded. And I think we are getting into a second phase now, or at least it's imminent, where we are moving from the specificity of digital games, because that has been established, to them as part of a cultural continuum. Both in terms of the cultural history and the present, transmedia production. And I think game studies must respond to this. And this is what actually my research and the book I'm writing right now is about. It's about finding out in which tradition games are evolving. And I think these are the common denominator with other media is audiovisual play. That's a common element, and I will be talking about that, because these three media, future media, non-existent media, utopian media, cyberspace, holodeck, and metaverse, are all in some way or the other about play and audiovisual play. In case of cyberspace, it's hallucinatory. It's happening in our head, but it's still audiovisual. So I think what we have to do now in game studies is we have to open up. After we have defined our borders, we have to go back to these borders and see what games have in common and how they are different from the older forms of audiovisual play. So my talk will have 5 parts. I try to be quick. First, I will talk about audiovisual play and the tradition in which digital games are positioned. And then I will talk about cyberspace, and you see the subtitle, Global Mind. This responds to the second future media, non-existent media, that's a holodeck, which is about local matter. And of course, in both cases, both has to do with virtualization. It could be virtual global mind, obviously in difference, in contradistinction to the global village, which obviously was not virtual. It was in the analog world. So virtual global mind, virtual local matter, and then the metaverse, which kind of combines it, the global mind over matter. And the last chapter will be about the virtual frontier, about life, not only in a medium, but as a medium. Okay, let's start with audiovisual play. I think if you look at the history of audiovisual play, the modern history, I'm concentrating on the modern history, the modern Western history since the Renaissance, we can see that there is a commonality between these forms. We will talk about them, but theater, cinema, television, software. What they have in common is a dialectical interplay of 2 elements, the narrative and representational elements on one side, and the mechanical and ludic elements on the other side. And that is, I think, one of the great opportunities that we have if you look at the history of audiovisual play from a perspective of game studies. because now we can see that what defines games, this interplay between ludic and the narrative, is of course it also defines as a constitutive element of theater, of the cinema, and of television. Think of particularly, I mean, the affordances that these different media have to manipulate space and time. In theater, the mechanical, I mean, is clearly visible. I don't have to explain much about that. So I think that is the big chance we have if you look from the perspective of game studies onto the older media. But we have to realize that actually the people who started to deal with games from a cultural perspective in the 20th century, I mean, you see here John Huizinga, Homo Ludens, 1938. These people, of course, they dealt with analog games because there were no digital games, right? But they realized that. They realized that actually a little bit more clearly than we in game studies did in the last 20 years. They realized that audiovisual play is a common element, a constitutive element. And here I give you the basic definition by Huizinga of play. And he says there are two elements. I'm not going to read it to you. I mean, you can read. I hope it's large enough. I don't know how large your screen is. So I don't know whether you can read it, but still, he says there are two. Now you're going to make it larger, Federico? Okay. So what Huizinga told us is that there are two elements that define play, and one is contest, competition, and that of course is based on rules. That's based on mechanics, and the other is representation, he said, and that of course is the audiovisual play, the narrative element. So and then of course he goes on and he defines it's a little bit distracting staring at your faces, and I mean, can I help you somehow, Philipp? Yeah, can you somehow make? Yeah, it's on your end. It depends on the size of your screen and how far your projector is away from it. I mean, it's a time question. I can read part of it, but that takes me another 10 minutes. No, absolutely no problem. I will not fully read it, but I will talk a little bit more about what is written on there. Yeah, so what Huizinga then goes on and he defines this famous element, the magic circle within there, but as part of the, he names the stage and the screen as places that are temporary worlds within the ordinary world. Liminal places, of course, or what later Michel Foucault called heterotopic places. So here we have, I mean, stage plays are not games, but they're plays. That's the point. We have this common element of audiovisual play, which is defined by these two parts, the ludic, the mechanical on one side, the contest, and the narrative, the representation on the other side. And then if you go on to the next classic, the second one, I don't have more. Of course, Roger Calois, he as well says that one of his four categories of play is simulation, as he says, or mimicry. So mimesis, audiovisual representation, audiovisual play, and he explains that a little bit. And he says that the acts of imitation of play, they start in childhood, but they cross the border between childhood and adulthood, and theatrical presentations and dramatic interpretations are a constitutive element of play. That's the important part that we have to keep in mind. So they are not games, but they are plays. We're talking about play, playful audiovisual representations. And today we have 4 major groups. And that is the stage, of course, it's the cinema, it's television, and it's software. I'm not speaking about games because I think it's pretty clear that the medium is software. And within that medium, we have different genres or super genres, as Christian Metz would have said. And we can see that, for example, cinema now is software as well. So games, we have a cinema, television, and games as 3 now super genres within the realm of software. Then we have other software, of course. And that's important because the 3 future media I want to talk about today, cyberspace, holodeck, and the metaverse, are all software-based, of course. They're all software-based, even if they project matter holodeck. Don't talk about that. But they're computer-controlled. They're software-based. Okay, so what we have here, what we can see right away, we can see 2 things. One thing is the heterotopic experiences, the heterotopic places are moving from the public sphere to the private sphere. We have the stage and the cinema as semi-public places, and then we have the same heterotopic experience provided when we see these 2 kids in front of the screen. They are at home, but they're not really at home anymore. They're in a different world. They're in a typical threshold situation. Their body is at home, but their mind is somewhere else. So that's one process. The heterotopic experiences are moving from the public sphere into the private sphere. And the second thing that is important for the future media is the fact that these audiovisual media are based on different technologies. Originally, they later adopted the newer technology. Doesn't matter. But the thing is, the stage, the modern stage in early modernity was created with mechanical technology, and that, of course, defined the mechanics very much. I mean, what they could do, how people could enter and leave, and they couldn't cut like in cinema and stuff like that, or they could rarely cut with a curtain. So, and then we have, of course, the cinema, which is based on industrial technology, the electric phase, so to speak. And then we have television, which is also based on industrial technology, but in the electronic phase, the analog electronic phase. And then we have digital, and that changes everything. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But let me say one important element. Often people misunderstand when you point to the technology. Audiovisual storytelling and audiovisual play is not possible, except for street theater and so on, earlier forms. But these 4 forms are not possible without technology. Then often people think, oh, this is determinism, technological determinism. This is not what it's about. Well, I think if you look at Wilhelm Flasser once said, new technology is creating new imagination. And I see technology for audiovisual storytelling, audiovisual play, as foundational. You see, every house, every building needs a foundation. But on the same foundation, you can build a lot of different houses with different aesthetics, with different functions, and so on. So obviously, you can make a movie when the camera hasn't been invented, right? But then with that camera, you can make a lot of different movies, millions. So technology is foundational. And why I'm mentioning the technology here is because whenever a new technology emerges, we can see in modern times, I'm talking about the time since the Renaissance, we can see that then people imagine new media before it is there. And I want to give you, of course, for these 2 phases, the examples before I then come to cyberspace and co. We can see that the total work of art, this is the big fantasy, the big desire, the big future medium that people imagined for more than 150, 200 years, but mostly in the 19th century. And they hoped to overcome the limitations of the stage. That's what it was about. It was a utopian version that they aspired to create of the stage. Of course, Mr. Wagner, Richard Wagner, in the 19th century, kind of first wrote an interesting book about it, The Artwork of the Future, published in 1849. And then he tried to realize what he had envisioned, building on earlier visions. And what he wanted to create with the total work of art was a form of theater that, as he wrote, is an unconditioned, absolute portrait of perfected human nature. So what it was about was lifelikeness, as lifelike as possible. And then we see the same again in the 20th century with cinema. A lot of people thought in the 1930s, when sound and color were added to cinema, that it would be now a complete form of, or complete medium. They weren't talking about media then, they were talking about art forms, a complete art form. But a lot of people didn't think so. And we have ideas of utopian forms of cinema that are multisensory. It starts, of course, with that was a dystopic vision, but I mean, we know the metaverse was a dystopic vision as well. So Aldous Huxley came up with the feelies. There were the movies first, and then there were the talkies since the early 30s. So he came up, the next step will be the feelies. Audiovisual play forms that you can not only hear, but feel. He thought that was a bad thing. But a lot of practitioners of filmmaking thought it was a great thing, and they tried to realize it in the 1950s, specifically when they had the competition, where they tried to fight off the competition of television. And then in the 1940s, actually, we have this very important film critic who became, who wrote the foundational text to create film studies. And he was talking about the myth of total cinema. He obviously was alluding to the total work of art with the term total cinema. And he said, again, it's about the same thing that Richard Wagner wanted to achieve on the stage. It's about a perfect illusion of the outside world in sound, color, and relief. Who does not think of the holodeck when they read it? And obviously, this is a description of the holodeck. Anyhow, the goal, again, is complete lifelikeness. And we have then a lot of other efforts. Think about Mort Heilig's Sensorama, or Walt Disney's Theme Park, which is also about a cartoon that immerses the audience, a multi-sensory experience created out of film narratives. And then we have expanded cinema in the 60s and so on. So we have a long line of future media that people come up with to overcome the limitations of existing media. And the interesting thing is, if you look at it, we can see that the dissatisfaction usually is expressed in a way that can be only fully satisfied with new media, not with the existing media. So what is a new medium? What characterizes the new medium that the software, the transmedium of software? And that, of course, is virtualization. There's a quote from Wikipedia. You don't have to read it. But the point is, we replace hardware by software. That's the main thing. When we speak about virtual server, when we speak about virtual drives, and so on. So hardware becomes software. That's the main point. And at that point, we can create new forms of media and new genres of audiovisual play. And that, of course, is the point in the 1940s and early 1950s, when the evolution of digital games begins. And I quickly go through this. I mean, we have the first phase, the procedural turn, when analog games are adapted, and we can call that the hyper-narrative turn, when text adventures are created. And actually, that's the point. around 1980 went cyberspace, and shortly after holodeck. These visions came up. You have to remember that digital games were not an audiovisual medium then. That's a very important part. Today, digital games are an audiovisual medium, and they're competing with film and so on. But at that time, I mean, at the procedural turn, they had bulbs and punch cards that were giving the result of the game. And then we have screens with text. And that is exactly the point. No moving images when cyberspace holodeck. And actually in 1992, we don't have so many moving images in games as well when the metaverse comes up with. And then, of course, we go on in the evolution of digital games. We don't have to concern ourselves with that. And digital games become an audiovisual medium. And now they become a hyper-immersive medium. Anyhow, that's the point when these three future media, imaginary media, are conceived of. That's a pivotal moment. And if you look at social history, the history of technology, that, of course, is exactly the point when digital networking kind of comes out of the laboratory and starts to become something that is available for more and more regular people. So what we see here, that if you just look at them, and you all have heard about them before, the common denominator is that they envisage liminal and hybrid spaces for living virtually between fact and fiction. That's the important part that they all three have in common. They do that very different. They try to achieve that very differently, but it's all about envisioning liminal and hybrid spaces to be partly in reality and partly in virtuality, and virtuality is associated in these three visions with fiction. Okay, let's start with cyberspace. That's the first chapter. Gibson comes up with a term actually in the same year when Time magazine declares instead of the person of the year, the PC, the machine of the year. So it's exactly when digital technology, though not networking yet, 1 year later, the internet is created in 1983. So that's very few people had experience with computers. The ARPANET, which was the biggest network in 1982 when this came out, had 160,000 network computers, but they were not at home. They were in offices and in laboratories and universities and so on. There were very few games online and MUDs, and they were text-based, obviously. So that's the situation when there were no images in computing, simply put, in the early 1980s. The first computer with graphical user interface was also in like 1982, the Lisa, and then in 84, the Mac. But cyberspace is a text-based thing. And William Gibson now comes up with thought images. That's what the cyberspace is about. It's a global network that is based on hallucinations. That's the important part. So he said, you could say he could not imagine graphic computing and audiovisual global networking. So he said, basically, we jack into the matrix with a plug in our neck, and then our thoughts will communicate with the thoughts of millions of other people. There is this description 2 years later in Neuromancer. He conceived of the term cyberspace in this short story, and we actually have the history how he was doing that. And he first called it infospace, and then he called it data space, and then he settled on cyberspace in the end. And he defined it as a consensual hallucination of millions of people, operators around the planet. This became an extremely powerful concept in the 1990s. I give you here a part of John Perry Barlow, who was a songwriter for the Grateful Dead, but he's famous for being one of the two founders of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, very important until today, civil rights organization. And he wrote famously this declaration of independence of cyberspace. Everybody was talking about cyberspace in the 90s and not about the internet or the World Wide Web. And there's this beautiful sentence, governments of the industrial world, you very giants of flesh and steel, I come from cyberspace, the new home of mine. So that's the practical application of the future vision that William Gibson had 96, and that was 82, so 14 years later. And full disclosure, I also wrote a book at that time, 1996, with the title Cyberland. I'm not saying anything more about it, but it's a lot about stuff that is very up to date. It's about transhumanism, it's about cryonics, it's about cyborgization, and so on. Okay, let's move on to the holodeck. The holodeck, interestingly enough, it's a vision that that's actually the very first time that the holodeck was introduced in 1987 in the first episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. And Mr. Riker, for the first time, he's new on that ship and he discovers this strange place where you can simulate whatever you want to simulate. You can have a jungle on the spaceship, or you can meet detectives from the 1930s in a film noir, a holo novel, or whatever you want to do. So that is very much like Plato's cave. It's a windowless room on the spaceship, so it's local, it's not networked, and in there the computer can generate whatever you want. And that is multisensory. You can touch it, the water you can drink. Actually, when the malfunction is, and of course, most of the episodes are about malfunctions, then the bullet can actually kill you. So the whole concept is based on holography. And one person, Gene Dolgoff, very important inventor in the realm of holography, he talked to Roddenberry, and he had this idea that holography is based on light. Light in general is matter. So if he could base holography on a different form of matter, then we could read this to you. It's about matter holograms. Instead of light holograms, about matter holograms. We could record a hologram of the structure of matter and then reproduce the matter in the same way. And that science fiction, in the literal sense, a scientist who had an idea what we maybe could do at some certain point, then became science fiction. Roddenberry turned it into this idea of the hologram, of the holodeck. And this became a very important idea as well. I cannot go into that, but everybody tried to create a holodeck. And most famously, of course, the Lucky Palmer, the guy who came up as a teenager with the Oculus, in one of his first interviews, when they asked him, there's the Oculus. In one of the very first interviews, they asked him, what gave you this idea? And he said, I wanted to create a holodeck, but I couldn't create a room. So I wanted to create the illusion of a room. And that's what I did with my goggles. So this became like a guiding principle of media production in the American West, at least, for at least 2 decades. That's an important part of these. If you look back, the same is true for total film or the total work of art. These theoretical, futuristic ideas very often become guiding principles for practitioners who try to realize them then later on. Okay, let's move on to the very last, the metaverse. That's the one that I have to explain the least, because the concept has been hijacked by a lot of people who want to make money with it. But I'm talking about not Meta's metaverse, but I'm talking about Neil Stephenson's metaverse from 1992. So that comes again 5 years later by chance, and it's a network, persistent 3D world, basically a city street, 100 meters wide and 60 kilometers long. I think it's very much modeled after, not far from here, about 4.5 hours is the Las Vegas Strip. And I think he actually modeled it after the Las Vegas Strip. So the interesting thing is, of course, it's a network. The holodeck is local. The metaverse is networked, like the cyberspace, but it's not a hallucination. It's about 3D software created 3D worlds that you can inhabit in a way. That's the important part. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And very shortly after that, in 3 years later, Cybertown in 1995, I think you can see it up here, Cybertown, and then of course Second Life are efforts by people who read Stevenson, efforts to recreate that, or recreate the theoretical conception, create network worlds like that. Now, of course, as I mentioned, it's a commercial concept, has become a commercial concept. So the same thing happened. Like John Perry Barlow took the concept of cyberspace and founded the electronic client, so practical consequences. Or like Palmer wanted to create the holodeck. Now there are people who want to create the metaverse. And with the existing technology, so the definition I took this from Matthew Ball's book, The Metaverse, and how it will revolutionize everything. Of course, anybody who writes they will revolutionize everything are usually not revolutionizing anything. That it's based on today's technology, so a network, real-time rendered 3D worlds with continuity of data, with identity, history, and so on. I mean, you all know this. I think I'm a little bit over time, so I will not be able to play this. But that's we had a conference 2 years ago, and wonderful Janet Murray was talking about delusional technology. But I will skip over that. By the way, how much time do I have left? I don't know when we started. I was too tired. Nobody? Okay, I go on. Tell me if I should stop. So what we have here is we have a lot of contemporary efforts to build the metaverse. I think their future is dubious. They all remind me of America Online or CompuServe in the early 90s, proprietary concepts, walled gardens that all had to give way to the World Wide Web. And I think the same thing will happen here as well. I wanted to introduce this a little bit because Janet talked about delusional technology. The metaverse doesn't exist. I recently supervised a master thesis, Quantum Bar, where we, the two supervisors, spent hours in and definitely experienced something like the metaverse. So I think with all critique regarding the commercial efforts, there is something to it. And I actually miss the Quantum Bar once in a while when I put on my my goggles and play table tennis or something like that. Okay, let's move on to the last chapter. I want to I mean, I think even as a media historian, you should not just talk about the past. You should also talk a little bit about the present and the future. And so first, I want to sum up the relationship of these three future visions of digital media. And then I want to dare to postulate how it's going on. Okay, so what we have, I talked already a little bit about it. We have in the concept of cyberspace, we have the immaterial. It's about a global virtual mind. And you can call this the thesis. And 5 years later, we have Gene Roddenberry's holodeck, which is local and about matter, creating fictions that are multisensory chairs where you can sit in, so to speak, and not just look at. And that is about local virtual matter, because that matter is virtual. It's reorganized by the computer. And then, of course, you can call that the antithesis or the antithesis. And then, of course, metaverse brings these two concepts together. That has a lot to do also with the progress in digital technology, that 3D world became imaginable. Global 3D world rendered in real time became imaginable. And then, of course, is almost and then there is a hybrid. It's a hybrid of local and global, and it's a hybrid of immaterial and material. So this comes together in the concept of metaverse, and that's, I think, is also why metaverse successfully as a concept superseded the older one, cyberspace and holodeck. Okay, here I've put it into writing. The important part is, and that is the huge difference between the older concepts of the total work of art and the total film to a concept like the metaverse. Total work of art, total cinema, temporary experiences, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Some theater plays are really long, but after a while, you get out. The idea of the metaverse is we should live in there, live in a medium. The metaverse is an alternative, not a heterotopic place where you go for a few hours. It's an alternative to the real world. You can stay there for days, so to speak. You can, that's the idea, you can make a living. You can work there as well. You cannot work in the total work of art or in total cinema. It's just recreational. But in the metaverse, you can live. And that's a very important part. And of course, we have not only Meta who's trying to do that, we have a lot of other Epic Games and so on. We have a lot of other efforts to create societies in media. And that's the new thing. The metaverse as a concept, and it starts with the holodeck. People, I mean, they have these malfunctions and they have to stay there they can't get out anymore. They have to live in there. And later they create actually the idea of a hologram that we can live in the holodeck and wants to get out, the Doctor in the later series. So this effort to overcome media as a concept for a temporary escape to a concept for longer, and in the end, permanent escape. That is a very new thing. And that's why one of my 3 postulates, they're getting close to the end. I think the first thing that we can see is in digital culture, media spaces become virtual. That's clear, that's virtualization. And through that, we can create inhabitable worlds and new ways of life. I mean, there's this great guy, Casanova, who deals with virtual economies. And he found out that already in 2005 or 6, the kingdom of Norath in EverQuest, if it had been a real country, it would have been number 130 on this planet, a GNP. So we are creating media spaces that function as inhabitable worlds, and a clear sign of that is their economic value, that you can make money in there and that they represent, that they basically have a gross national product that is comparable to 1/3 of the countries on this planet. So that's a very important, pivotal shift, the medialization of the world we live in. And that was conceived of first in cyberspace and then in holodeck and then in the metaverse. And the second thing is a complementary move. I think not only the spaces we inhabit become media, we ourselves change into the same direction. After the discovery of DNA double helix in the early 50s, since then we know we are software or wetware, whatever you want. We have a code that can be programmed, and right now we try to reprogram it. So the thing is, we transform ourselves into a medium as well, a cyborgian hybrid of wet, hard, and software. And that is not science fiction. That's happening right now. CRISP is doing that. So it's not only the media that radically changes with digitalization. It becomes inhabitable. You don't want to live forever in the theater. But obviously, a lot of people like to spend half of their living time in certain games, right? Or in the metaverse eventually. That's a hope of Mr. Zuckerberg. So, but we also become more and more hybrids of real and fictional, or of born and written. And last but not least, the very last thing is that not only biological life, but also material reality medializes. The concept actually of the holodeck, that a computer can create matter, is something that we try to transform into reality. Not only in science fiction, terraforming is a big thing, but nanotechnology is basically about that, the fusion of reality and a form of virtuality, in the sense that we try to manipulate matter by software. And 3D printing is a very simple, but it's a start. We create matter from software. We can basically beam a cup. I mean, I can take my cup, I can scan it, I can mail it to you, and you print it out on your 3D printer. So we're going into this direction of controlling not only our own media, our own biology, but also the material reality. Controlling the material reality through software. So reality turns into a medium, a hybrid of hard and software. And that's the frontier we are living at. And that's a frontier that cyberspace, holodeck, and the metaverse, quarter century and longer ago, conceived of first. Thank you very much. I do.
Let's take a...
No, I didn't hear it. Wonderful. Thank you.
What questions do you have? Let's take a few minutes to Q&A. Let's see if we can pick Gundel's brain a little bit. Yeah. Do you have a question? Can you move a little bit to the front because of the cable and tangling in the whole thing here?
Thank you for your presentation. I caught it halfway through, so I might have missed your point on this. But when I think about the points you're raising in terms of the mattering of technology or how technology materializes, I began to think, as you were talking about Freud, for example, so he also tried to conceptualize our space of unconsciousness or our dream space, right? So I just want to know where you draw the line that you're having a problem with in terms of, because looking at the speculative materialism or new materialism, speculative realism or new materialism, what they talk about, they try to see this materiality through everything. So in a way, they don't have problems where how our being is being materialized, but as opposed to in terms of how we engage with that material. So in a way, we've been, if you look at how language develops, works of Freud and so on, like you can go really far back and find the similar sort of traces that you've shown us here. I just want to know, where do you draw this line and where you sit in terms of the problem space you're seeing? Don't know if that's it.
Let's see if yes.
Where do I draw the line? Against what, so to speak? I didn't really fully understand. I don't really understand the question, actually. I can talk about Freud. I love to talk about Freud, but I didn't really understand what line we're talking about.
Maybe
the line between the material and the immaterial, or?
So, for me, based on what I caught in the last 10-15 minutes of your talk, you're talking about how we're changing, right? How we're changing in the sort of hybrid space of technology.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that hybrid space of technology, for me, it existed for a lot longer than this. Yeah, it's true.
Wonderful, yeah.
Yeah. So my question is now, why are we more concerned about this as opposed to seeing that sort of a richer, deeper material that runs through many different layers? I don't know if that's more clear.
Yeah, I mean, one of the interesting insights of Freud concerns exactly that, because, and I think it's in the letter, he said, I mean, he started to think about the subconscious in the 1880s or so. And then somewhere in the 1890s, shortly before he finished the Traumdeutung in German, I just don't know the English title right now, the analysis of dreams, he went for the first time to the movies. And he wrote in that it completely changed his concept of the subconscious. So there was a new medium that suddenly explained something that he was thinking about for 2 decades, explained it to him better than he could have done before. The new medium changed based on the new technology, changed his view of our humanity. And I think that's a very important part. There's a certain dialectical process between our technologies and us. First, I mean, I forgot which architect. Some architect said first we build buildings. So we changed the building. What we built new buildings, and then the new buildings are changing us. And that is exactly the same thing that Freud realized with technology. We create technologies, but then the technologies do two things. They first change the way we look at ourselves. We can see that how humans conceive themselves is very much based on technology. Mechanical technology basically changed our view, and we started to think of us as mechanical beings. We started to think of the heart not as the center of the soul, but of a mechanical pump, like we had just invented it. Suddenly we realized the heart is also a pump, and so on. So we can see how technology changes how we think of ourselves. And most recently, the last 20, 30 years, the comparison between the human brain and the computer, I mean, it's a constant element. So that's one thing. The view of ourselves changes with technology, and specifically with new media. Theater changed our way of thinking of ourselves. The movies changed the way we think of ourselves, how we conceive of ourselves. But then these new technologies and this new media, and the second step, they also actually change us. They change our perception. They change how we look at the world. Our worldview is changed by the media. We see the world through media, and so the world changes, so to speak. Their analysis of letters, for example. People described the world differently before they had seen movies, before they had grown up with movies, let's put it like that. We get a cinematic view of the world, of a great landscape, of a cityscape, whatever. We perceive it, so to speak. Our eyes start to learn from the cameras, and then we start to see like that, and so on. So I think there is a certain hybridity. You're absolutely right in your question. This has always been the case. Technology has always changed our view of ourselves and has created new humans. But the big difference between all that before, and I tried to show that very early in the slide between when I had stage, cinema, television, and software. The new thing is, the moment we move from the analog to the digital, there is a rupture. There is a radical difference. And one of the consequences is the one that you can still see on if the slide is still on. One of the consequences, we can go from heterotopic places that we, for entertainment or enlightenment, the church or whatever, or stupidity, I don't know. I shouldn't have connected the church with enlightenment. But anyhow, where we go for a certain time, the escape from the real world is only temporary in the analog world. As long as theme parks are analog, churches, cinemas, theaters, all analog. The moment we switch to virtual, this completely changes. We can now start to inhabit this world. These become habited. And the same, of course, is true with reality and our bodies. As long as we have only analog technology, yes, we can cut ourselves open. We can build a mechanical pump and replace a heart, but it's a little primitive, right? Painfully primitive. But that completely changes the moment we can manipulate our genetic information. And the same is, of course, yes, we can destroy nature by building a lot of highways, freeways. We've done that. We have done a great job at doing that. But terraforming would be something different, right? That would be something completely different. Of course, 3D printing goes into that direction already. So virtualization, the replacement of hardware through software, that is a categorical difference that changes, again, but more than ever before, the view of ourselves and how we can deal actually with our own biology and mortality.
All right. I would have one little question, if I may, before we end it. Because as you were going through the history of the audiovisual media, I was thinking, well, there's also, with the evolution of medium taking more of our perceptual apparatus, there's also an evolution of the fourth wall in some sense. With theater, it's very much clearly there with cinema, but as media evolve, there's sort of an arms race to see who can fool our mind the most, to a point where the fourth wall becomes almost like an ontological construct or an epistemic construct, like abstract. It's like distinguishing what's real and what's not, and it becomes a lot more difficult, as you're saying, as software and medium start also impinging on reality and shaping it. I was wondering if you just have some thoughts on that, because we see this also, I think, all the time through media, how they shape our reality, our perception of reality. But the actors start also shaping reality, the material reality itself as well. I don't know what happens to this fourth wall in a way, and to our distinction between what's a medium, what's reality, or is it completely gone, or and what are the risks in that? In a way, I guess I'm getting at.
Yeah. I mean, what we can see is whenever rules have been established, or walls or borders, people try to climb over the walls, try to break through the fourth wall in this case. So I think if you look at media history, specifically in the 20th and 21st century, we can see there were, long before virtualization, there were efforts to overcome the mechanics, the rules of media. So things like living theater in the 60s, for example. I mean, it started with Bertolt Brecht and the epic theater. This was all an effort, the alienation effect, and no curtain and stuff like that, do away with the illusion. So we have a long history of efforts to get the actors amongst the audiences, and the audiences get the audiences on stage. Purple Rose of Cairo, Woody Allen, early 80s, when the character steps from the silver screen into the cinema and addresses the audiences. And so there is a long way to a long history to try to overcome and bring us the effect that now the players, the users, or whatever, that we are part of the action, so to speak. With regard to the other element, what is reality and what is fiction, the same thing. The moment, I mean, in the beginning, famously, the movies, like the theater, didn't know the difference between fact and fiction. They didn't know the difference between a feature film and a documentary. That's why they didn't have a problem when the assassination of President McKinley, I mean, in the early 20th century, there was no camera. Nobody had filmed the assassination. So they hired an actor and shot it in a movie theater and sold it as a real assassination, because that's what you do on theater. And only in the 1920s, the concept of documentary, actually the term of documentary, was coined in Great Britain by Grierson in 1926, the documentary. And suddenly we had this separation. This was fiction, and this is a movie about the assassination of the president, and this is a documentary image or shot of shot. I shouldn't have said with assassination, but anyhow, footage of the assassination. And the moment they did this, people said, "Okay, now we can play with it." And they did something like People on Sunday in Berlin, up to whatever we have now as mockumentaries or so. So the moment you have a border, people will try to overcome it. The borders are established. They have to be established. Now we know that a documentary is different from a feature film. But the moment you do this, Citizen Kane, I mean, one of the greatest movies, 1941, I mean, it starts with a 10-minute fake documentary that actually Orson Welles had let the real documentary department of the studio make about this imaginary person, Citizen Kane. So I think this is not a new thing. It becomes a little bit harder to detect with digital technology. I mean, we can now fake much better, but we always try to fake for aesthetic reasons or for political reasons or for financial reasons. This is the difference is in that respect, I think, only in degree. It's not categorical. Art always tried, the moment when genres and boundaries had been established, somebody tried to overcome them, to subvert them, to undermine them.
All right, thank you very much. I think those are great closing words also for an event on this boundary, this liminality between reality and make-believe. Thank you very much, Gundolf, for a very thought-provoking and informative presentation. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and let's give him a hand again. And
thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure. Oh, an early morning pleasure.
And well, I hope to see you soon on this side of the pond, hopefully, or no, well, see you probably next on that side
No,
of
no,
the
no,
pond.
you have to come to the ranch first.
All right. Now we have to close for today. We have to also leave the room. So thanks very much, and see you soon, Gundolf. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
And everyone,
have a nice evening.
Thank you. Again, thank you, everyone, for attending, for staying until the end. What's that? Join the Discord, scan the QR code. Sorry? Oh, yeah, sorry. What do I have to do with the camera? Yeah, hello, I'm here. Yes, I didn't realize I was outside of the frame. Yes, because I wasn't paying attention. But join the Discord. Everyone online also, thank you very much for joining and for sticking around. I had a lot of fun. I'm very tired now, so I really need a beer and then some sleep. So, well, good evening to everyone. And, yeah, see you around, hopefully. Right?